everyone. It's my great pleasure, it's my great honor, the possibility to be here. I'd like to follow up with the thought on fostering scientific discourse at the forefront of scientific excellence. I'd like to welcome everyone to the scientific part of this summit. So I'd like to let you know that we have audience that's online, you prestigious audience here. We have individuals coming from far and closer, but also we have 3 distinguished speakers that I'm honored to introduce right now. As the first speaker of the day, we have Professor Dr. Ferenc Krausz, a pioneer in producing pulses of light so short that they can be measured with attoseconds. His work has really opened the door to the new world, the world inside molecules, atoms. In 2023, Professor Krausz, together with Pierre Agostini and Anne received a Nobel Prize in physics, in particular for the experimental method to create individual attosecond pulses of light to study electron dynamics in matter. Professor Krausz has been drawn to Szeged quite a while ago already, and now, once again, closer, perhaps closer than ever before. Yeah, something we are all excited about. And today he'll share with us, I'm very excited to hear about his vision, his view, his intentions. Some of them we are pursuing together in applying attosecond ultra-fast physics for biomedical applications. After that, we'll have a short break. And after the break, we'll have the talk by Professor Dr. Katalin Karikó, who's also not just drawn to Szeged, but originating from Szeged. A PhD graduate from University of Szeged, Professor Karikó's discoveries in nucleoside-based modifications have already revolutionized. It's not about the future, it's implementation that has already taken place in our understanding of development of mRNA vaccines. For this, she earned the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2023, alongside with Professor Drew Weissman. So I think this work is really not just paradigm-shaped, it's exemplary. It's motivating, inspiring, really exemplary. And it really shows how fundamental research can transform the public health, can change our lives, and something that any esteemed scientist, I would think, is aiming for. Finally, we are privileged to have Professor Dr. Gérard Mourou here. I'm more than honored to basically be even able to introduce him, going back and reading up on how instrumental Professor Mourou was for the establishment. So we are at Eli Alps. Eli Alps is a part of the big Eli project. Professor Mourou has been instrumental in establishing this very project. Today, before we came in, I asked him, well, could you have ever imagined how this is going to be Could you have imagined back in 2005 that he told me, what could it turn into? And yeah, my gratitude, I'd like to say that we can all just look up to you. Professor Mourou has been connected to University of Szeged, is a member of Eli Alps, and we'll hear about his work. He was awarded Nobel Prize in Physics in 2018 together with Donna Strickland, and in the afternoon we'll hear about that. Yeah. So each of these three laureates has been making an incredible mark on Szeged, contributing significantly to its scientific landscape. I believe that this very symposium not only celebrates their past achievements, but also highlights the future opportunities for pioneering research in the region, for the scientific discourse, for the possibilities that are in front of us. Yeah. Without further statements, I'd like to welcome Professor Dr. Ferenc Krausz to join us at the podium and start off with his presentation that we are all excited to hear about. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. I would like to start with pointing out that I very much share your feelings of being greatly honored to stand here in a symposium where the two other speakers are Katalin and Gérard. You are role models for me, I guess for all of us, and provide us a great deal of motivation, I guess not just myself, but to our whole team to do something that somehow either benefits from what you have done in the future. Gérard, we of course will heavily use your Nobel Prize winning work on chirp pulse amplification, or doing something, I wouldn't say comparable, because I don't think we have the chance for that, dear Katalin, but at least something that goes in the same direction, to do something useful for everyone on this planet. With my lecture, I would like to deliver an example for the eternal truth of Max Planck. The more delicate the details are, excuse me. Excuse me, please. I'm obviously not well prepared for this day. The eternal truth of Max Planck, the more delicate the details are by which we can follow nature on any path, the richer and the more lasting will the gains be that we can draw from this perception. In my example, the delicate details will be electronic motions in tiniest dimensions in space and time, and one of the hopefully lasting gains will be the cost-effective probing of human health. More specifically, I'll address how the new discipline of attosecond physics opens the door to the world of subatomic motions of tiny particles called electrons, which can now be initiated, controlled, and captured by light with the tools and techniques of the new discipline, Attosecond physics. The interaction of electrons with light plays a pivotal role in advancing existing and spawning new technologies. The more precisely we are able to control electrons and light, the richer and the more lasting the gains will be that we can draw from this ability. In what follows, I will focus on a specific example that is closest to my heart, the subatomic motion of electrons in organic molecules, which provide valuable information about our health state and hold promise for contributing to shaping the future of preventive healthcare. It is a grand goal that we pursue with our dream teams in Munich, Budapest, and here in Szeged. Grand goals can always be best defined by grand questions, and I will share with you our grand questions in the concluding part of my talk. After a brief recap of subatomic motions, we shall quickly move ahead to address how they can contribute to preserving human health when happening in a controlled and observable manner in molecules. But before we immerse in the world of electrons and light waves, a brief historical review is due, just to pay tribute to all those the shoulders of whom we are standing, on the shoulders of giants. On the dawn of the 20th century, Joseph Thomson's experiments provided compelling evidence for the existence of electrons as subatomic particles with an electric charge opposite to the one carried by the remaining, much more massive, much more heavy part of the atom. It was Ernest Rutherford whose experiments revealed that this remaining, much more massive part is concentrated in a tiny, tiny volume, some 10,000 times smaller in diameter as compared to the size of an atom. It's amazing that we knew it at that time already, more than 100 years ago. More than 100 years ago, that the core of the atom is 10,000 times smaller than the size of the atom. It's amazing that we knew how big the atom is, and it's amazing that we knew how small its core is. And that's the latter part came about by Rutherford's experiments. And it was Niels Bohr who made the first rigorous attempt to explain how it is that the atom is that much bigger than its core. Why are the electrons that far away from this tiny little core? Just imagine they attract each other. The electrons have negative charge. The nucleus has a positive charge. They attract each other. So why aren't the electrons just sucked into the nucleus and the whole atom is just as small as its nucleus? They are all together. Why not? Why not? Niels Bohr was the first to make a rigorous attempt to explain. He said that, well, the electrons are orbiting the nucleus just as planets are orbiting the sun on some well-defined microscopic orbits. But there was a problem with this. We knew from previous studies, previous discoveries by Maxwell, Faraday, and all the others, the charged particles, when they are accelerated, are radiating light, radiating electromagnetic radiation. They lose energy. So if the electrons are orbiting around the nucleus, they are constantly accelerated because they are on a curved trajectory. So they should radiate energy away. If they radiate energy away, they lose energy all the time. If they are losing energy, they should spiral into the atomic core, and tuck, they are sitting in the core, right? So why it's not happening? Bohr tried to solve this problem by postulating that the electrons basically have to have a certain angular momentum, and this was a postulate nobody understood. And this way, basically, he could explain some spectroscopic observations, but nobody was really happy about this. The really satisfying explanation came about with the birth of quantum physics. Louis de Broglie from France proposed an answer which holds true until today. He postulated it may be due to the wave nature of the electron, and, equally importantly, a linear relationship between its wave number and momentum. Indeed, to compress this wave, if we accept this notion that the electron is a wave, if we want to compress this wave to an ever smaller size, to eventually reach the size just of the nucleus, this would mean that its wavelength must get smaller and smaller, but due to the linear relationship between wavelength and momentum, its momentum would become larger and larger. And a particle with a larger and larger momentum cannot possibly fit in a smaller and smaller pace. It needs space to move around with a higher and higher speed, right? So even without Schrödinger equation and all the other rigorous theoretical foundations of quantum mechanics, already this very postulate of de Broglie, electron is a wave, with a wave momentum, with a wave number of this wave being proportional to the momentum of the electron as a particle, basically explained why the atom with its electron around the nucleus is much bigger than the nucleus. Without any theory. Isn't it just ingenious? Isn't it just ingenious? It was a doctoral thesis, by the way. Quite a nice one, isn't it? With which one earns a Nobel Prize. Obviously, Schrödinger was that much impressed by this that Schrödinger just couldn't wait to move ahead even without an experimental proof of de Broglie's hypothesis, because the actual wave nature of the electron was experimentally proven just years later, which also earned to the experimentalist the Nobel Prize just a few years later. But it came up quite a few years later. Schrödinger didn't wait until then. He was so much fascinated by this notion that the electron might be a wave that just a year later, he came up with his famous equation, born in Vienna, the equation. It was Max Born who actually postulated that the modulus squared of the wave function, of Schrödinger's wave function, gives the probability with which we can find an electron at different locations. You see this modulus squared of the wave function depicted just on the right-hand side of the slide. For the simplest atom in our universe, for the hydrogen atom consisting of one proton, this is the nucleus, positively charged, and one electron around, which is negatively charged. And that one electron has this wave function, actually the amplitude squared of the wave function, and basically where this green cloud is brighter, this means that actually this modulus squared is bigger, and we will find the electron in those regions of space with higher probability as compared to regions where this gets weaker and weaker and eventually dark. So you see from this what is the size of the hydrogen atom. Basically, this comes from the solution of the Schrödinger equation, and this is right, experimentally, of course, verified all these things. Meanwhile, so far so good. But you remember the title of my talk is Subatomic Motions. Where is motion here? Nowhere, right? There's no motion. I mean, everything stands still. How to actually create motion in the subatomic world? Well, the Schrödinger equation gave the answer to that as well as to anything else that you may ask in the context of processes in the microscopic world. We need to excite the electron from this ground state where there is no motion into some excited state. Like here, the simplest excitation from the 1s to 2p state by the absorption of a photon of corresponding energy, and all of a sudden, in the so-called superposition state that is created by that way, we see that motion is there. Basically, this electron cloud, the probability distribution of the electron starts moving. And that's exactly what microscopic motion, subatomic motion is about. This is the closest analogy to motion in the macroscopic world. Motion in the macroscopic world, we can simply imagine. We are just moving, I'm moving aside and I'm moving, right, as a macroscopic object. In a microscopic world, we cannot track the trajectory of microscopic particles, not because we are not skilled enough experimentalists, but nature doesn't allow us to do. Nature allows us to say something only about the change of this probability distribution of particles, like the electron. That's what we see here for the simplest case. So this was known in 1925, actually almost 100 years ago. Just next year, we will have the 100-year anniversary of the birth of quantum physics, with quite a few big events coming up. And well, 75 years later, after 75 years after this insight into subatomic motions emerged in the birth of, with the birth of quantum mechanics, it could eventually be captured in real time by the experiments performed in Vienna and almost the same time in Paris. Key tools for this breakthrough have been intense near-infrared laser pulses carrying a substantial fraction of their energy in a single oscillation cycle, demonstrated in Vienna in the mid-90s, together with colleagues from Budapest and Milano, by drawing, well, we are standing on the shoulders of giants, I told you already, by drawing on the Nobel Prize winning concept of chirp pulse amplification of Gérard Mourou and Donna Strickland. I'll briefly refer to these pulses as single-cycle laser pulses or waveforms in the remainder of my talk, exposing noble gas atoms, to such a single-cycle laser field almost naturally creates isolated pulses of attosecond light, almost naturally creates them, which together with the controlled force that the electric field of this single cycle light exerts on electrons, which is varying on an attosecond scale, with this controlled attosecond varying electric force constitute the basic tools for real-time observation and control of electron light phenomena. To quote Eva Olsson, the chair of the Nobel Committee for Physics, we can now open the door to the world of electrons. Attosecond physics gives us the opportunity to understand mechanisms that are governed by electrons. The next step will be utilizing them. So far, so good. However, just look at this, how complex this apparatus is to do actually this attosecond photography and capturing the motion of electrons. It's tremendously complex. Tremendously complex. In order to be able to tackle real-world challenges, attosecond technology must become much simpler and more powerful. And exactly this was recently enabled by single-cycle light, which allowed us to inject carriers into the conduction band of an insulator, turning this insulator into a conductor within less than 1 femtosecond in this way, and allowing thereby sampling of the electric field of visible light. Many of you know the concept of an oscilloscope with which we can measure the temporally varying voltage of an electric signal up to microwave frequencies, up to, meanwhile, around 100 gigahertz, 100 billion oscillations per second. These light waves oscillate and other something like 10 to 100,000 times faster, more frequently as compared to those microwaves, and we can capture them now with a simply solid-state instrument without the need for any vacuum system. This is something simply and handy. And we can realize basically an oscilloscope that captures the electric field of visible light, as demonstrated here, actually even more than that. Meanwhile, just very recently, these are unpublished results, Amelie Heinzerling and Nick Karpowitz extended this capability to frequencies up to beyond 1.5 petahertz in the region of deep ultraviolet light. So you see here that the half oscillation period of such a deep UV light at wavelength around 200 nanometers lasts about half a femtosecond, 500 attosecond. So we need a resolution, temporal resolution, obviously better than this, couple of hundred attoseconds actually. So light field sampling now provides a new probe for subatomic motions without the need for complex vacuum systems. Simple, compact probe, just tabletop probe. The electric field of light from the infrared to the ultraviolet, which will be helpful for advancing electronics from the current gigahertz processing speed towards terahertz and potentially even petahertz processing speed, some 100,000 times faster processors than we have today, and probing the molecular world. And that's what I'd like to focus on in the remainder of my talk, by the use of actually infrared excitation. But I would like to point out that this is not the end of the road. I firmly believe that we will be able to extend the technique, and it will be worthwhile to extend the technique that I'm going to share with you in a moment from the infrared to the ultraviolet. And as I just showed you, we have now the technological capability of doing this. We just need to do that. But the rest of my talk will focus on what we do with infrared light, which is oscillating slightly slower than visible light. In conventional infrared spectroscopy, continuous wave infrared light excites molecular vibrations, causing dipole oscillations of the electron cloud. Again, this green cloud, that's what I showed you before. These are again electrons, right? This is the electron distribution around the nuclei. And as you saw, this infrared light can bring certain atoms bound with this chemical bond. The chemical bond is this electron cloud, right? Can bring into oscillations. These radiate also infrared light, and this is actually the orange-colored wave, which is usually much weaker than the excitation wave. And notably, it is of opposite phase as compared to the excitation. As you see, as the excitation is oscillating upwards, the wave that is radiated by this vibrating molecule is oscillating downwards. This results in a destructive interference between the two, and at the output, if we put an infrared spectrometer and analyze the frequency components of this transmitted infrared light, then at this very frequency, we will see a small dip. Basically, this is the result of a negative interference between the input light, which is basically this whole distribution. It's a broadband infrared excitation, and at the very frequency where this very bond is oscillating, another infrared wave is generated from the molecule, which is opposite in phase to the excitation wave, and the sum of the two, which we measure in the instrument, basically is something that has a decreased amplitude, and this is the dip. And this is what conventional infrared spectroscopy does. It's beautiful, has been done for decades. There is one big problem with that this excitation that has this broad distribution, the incoming light, is always tainted with some noise. So it has never a perfectly constant amplitude, but it's always noisy a little bit. You can imagine this, this noisiness means that actually this envelope here in this spectral distribution, these are the individual amplitudes actually at the frequency components or wavelength components shown here. They are also uncertain in a little bit. They are all noisy, right? So obviously the smallest dip that we can possibly see is limited by this noise, right? So if the noise is that big, then any dip that is smaller than this noise will not be visible. So we cannot measure, right? So this noise in the excitation will impose a firm limit on the sensitivity of the technique. Due to this noise, below a certain level, we just will not see if anything changes in the sample we are looking at, right? So, the infrared waves that emerge from this subatomic charge displacement in molecules carry information about its atomic composition and structure, about the atomic composition and structure of these molecules. And the overall molecular signal that we get out of the sample therefore probes the global molecular landscape of the sample under scrutiny, rather than measuring actually a concentration of a subset of molecular constituents, such as in, for instance, in mass spectrometry. But this, as I just mentioned, this type of continuous wave infrared spectroscopy suffers from low sensitivity due to the weak molecular signals superimposed on a noisy excitation. In our new approach, we separate the weak molecular signal from the excitation noise by a sudden, impulsive excitation. Just imagine a tuning fork of a musician who hits its tuning fork with a small hammer, and then listen for tuning his instrument. Just imagine that these molecules play the role of the tuning fork. They are hidden, they are being hit by a very short pulse. This is the hammer, and then left alone. Just as the musician afterwards can listen very nicely the acoustic vibrations of the tuning fork, if you all are supposed to be very quiet, right? If you would be noisy, he wouldn't hear it, couldn't tune his instrument, right? In the same way, as the musician can tune his instrument by listening to this tuning fork in complete silence, in the same way, I will show you in a moment, we can capture this weak molecular signal under the conditions of complete darkness, in the absence of the noisy excitation. And how this happens shows actually this small animation. We hit the molecules of, in this particular case, of human blood plasma in a thin cuvette, bring the molecules vibrational modes into an excited state, and they vibrate and radiate infrared signals in the wake of the excitation. The excitation is gone. It was very short. This was the hammer that we applied to the tuning fork, right? And after the excitation, we have this weak molecular signal, which I actually have blown up here. It's basically roughly a factor of 100 times weaker than the excitation. But yet, with the newly developed solid-state attosecond metrology, very compact devices, we can capture the oscillating electric fields of these signals that are coming from the molecules. These are, if you like, the sounds of the molecules. But these are no acoustic waves, but these are infrared waves, oscillating a billion times faster than the acoustic waves. But I think the analogy is nevertheless helpful. This fingerprint signal is expected to change whenever a health-disease transition changes the sample's molecular composition, which we meanwhile verified for several chronic conditions, such as cancer, as well as, in collaboration with Professor Merkel's team, for coronary heart disease, and also for prediabetes and diabetes meanwhile. As a prominent example, I'd like to address lung cancer. Why exactly lung cancer? Well, every year more than 1 million people on this planet are confronted with the deadly diagnosis, stage 4 lung cancer, where the remaining lifetime hardly exceeds 1 year, if at all. Could the disease be captured at an earlier stage before metastasis, the prognosis would definitely be much more favorable. There is an unmet medical need for a cost-effective and reliable, ideally blood-based, that's always the simplest test, a blood-based test that could serve as a basis for populational screening. Some 7 years ago, Michaela and her team initiated a collaboration with the Clinic of Pulmonology at the University of Munich. And in the framework of this collaboration, actually the clinical team set up and headed by Michaela started collecting samples from patients with different stages of non-small cell lung carcinoma, as well as samples from reference individuals who were either healthy, non-symptomatic healthy individuals, or carried some other disease, contracted some other disease of the same organ, like COPD or benign hematoma. What I'm going to show you here, the results from 470 samples of lung cancer patients and the same number of samples of reference individuals free from cancer, briefly controls, with the two cohorts carefully matched regarding the distribution of the subject's age and some other parameters, which all may and actually do change the molecular fingerprint of their blood samples. So it's very, very important that the two cohorts are matched to each other with respect to each other in order to avoid being fooled and saying hurrah, hurrah, if we see some difference between the two, between the signals from the two cohorts and assign it to lung cancer, but actually it is not due to lung cancer, but due to some differences in maybe the age or sort of other parameter or distribution of other parameters between the two cohorts. These are here what you see up there, the electric field molecular fingerprints of all selected samples. On this scale, actually, no differences between case and control fingerprints are well discernible or discernible at all. But if we zoom in on time interval, something like 1,000 femtoseconds behind the excitation, where definitely the molecular emission dominates the overall signal because the excitation is gone there, right? So we are there already in the window of complete darkness, like the musician in the complete silence, right? We are there in the complete darkness, and there we can be pretty sure that the signal that we measure comes just from the molecules, and we see with great pleasure that the signals from the two different groups, the red traces are infrared electric field molecular fingerprints of cancer patients, and the blue traces are from the control subjects, that they are obviously significantly different. The magnitude of these differences can be best analyzed in the spectral domain, and here you see how the differences average out between all case and control samples in the spectral domain as a function of the 4 TNM stages for lung cancer. It is most reassuring that the magnitude of the differential infrared signal, which you see here as a function of wave number, that this magnitude grows, very distinctly grows with progression of the disease, suggesting that these molecular signals are indeed due to the disease rather than some other conditions. Let's now go back to the time domain. The differences between the case and control traces, and of course we can analyze these differences in the entire signal. I just zoomed into a small section that we have a good resolution, but you should imagine that this signal is going on way down to downtown Szeged, right? Something like that, right? So many other additional oscillations, right? We just zoomed in just to give you a feeling for how different the signals are. The actual analysis, of course, considers the entire signal. So these differences between the case and control traces can be used to distinguish the sample of a cancer patient from that of a healthy individual. And that's the goal of the game, right? And this is actually a task that artificial intelligence can do already today much, much better than even the most superior human intelligence. So this is the sort of obvious kind of textbook example for what is artificial intelligence good for, right? To recognizing these differences. Of course, before it can do so, it has to be trained. So a fraction of these traces, we just separate these traces into two groups. We take one group of the traces for training the algorithm and teaching the artificial intelligence, hey, if the signal looks like this, this is a healthy patient. Hey, if the signal looks like this, this is someone who carries stage 2 lung cancer in his or her body. And do this as many times as possible. To the bigger the cohort, the better. The better we can train the algorithm. I will show this to you in a moment. So just imagine we take 90%, to train the algorithm as good as possible, we take 90% of all the samples from both the case and the control cohorts for doing this job, training the algorithm, and retaining 10% for testing the trained algorithm. The algorithm is trained, we then take the 10% test samples, which the algorithm didn't see before. So these are independent samples, and the algorithm has to say, is this cancer or no cancer, right? And this is basically how we then assess the actual detection efficiency of the algorithm. This is the way. When training the algorithm, there is a parameter that we can freely adjust, the so-called discrimination threshold, which separates positive from negative cases to be predicted by the algorithm. To understand the basic concept of classification, let's consider, instead of our multi-parametric fingerprint, a one-dimensional health parameter. For instance, just a concentration of a simply individual biomarker, which standard laboratory medicine can measure these days. Just let's pick one biomarker, and basically this is what we refer to here generally as a health parameter. And just imagine that on the horizontal axis we just show here the concentration of this biomarker, and the two curves show the distribution for persons having contracted the disease that this biomarker is supposed to actually indicate. And the blue is the one, basically the distribution of the concentration of this biomarker for sort of true negatives for reference individuals. That's whom we refer to as controls. The discrimination threshold. This is the discrimination threshold, this vertical dashed line. The discrimination threshold determines what we call the true positive rate. And the true positive rate is the ratio of predicted positive, this is the shaded area, to true positive, which is the entire area under this distribution. This is the true positive rate. The discrimination threshold also determines the false positive rate, which is the ratio of the predicted positive to true negative. By varying this discrimination threshold, that's what we are doing in a moment, the false positive rate is traded off against the true positive rate, which is called sensitivity in the language of clinical science. The area under the curve, the so-called ROC, receiver operating characteristic curve, briefly AUC, is a measure for classification performance. Is a measure for classification performance. For binary classification, EUC 0.5 is just pure chance, just toss a coin. EUC 1 is perfectness. So the reality is, of course, always in between. Approved biomarkers typically range between 0.7 and 0.9. This area under this red curve on the right-hand side. By varying this discrimination threshold, we can evaluate the AUC value of our lung cancer classifier, trained with the electric field molecular fingerprints for detecting non-small cell lung cancer at different stages, and here you see the results. The AUC values reaches hardly 60% for stage 1, which is, of course, gives room for quite a bit of improvement to be very moderate. But gets close already to 80% for stage 2 and even exceeds 80% for stage 3A, each of which are resectable non-metastasized stages with good prognosis. These values are encouraging but offer quite some room for improvement. How to get better? One option is to improve the infrared molecular fingerprinting technology, and we are working on that. The next generation instrument will offer a twofold improvement in spectral coverage, so basically a larger fraction of our fingerprint will become measurable, and about a hundredfold improvement in sensitivity. So basically smaller changes in molecular concentrations in the blood sample will become discernible. These advances are certainly expected to allow the fingerprint picking up more cancer-specific signals with higher sensitivity, which may lead to a better separation of the case and control distributions in the multidimensional space of infrared fingerprint variables. But there are other options for advances. Even for the current sensitivity and specificity of the fingerprinting technology, better classification efficiencies could be achieved by simply using larger case and control cohorts. Logically, if we have more samples to train the algorithm with, we will have a better statistics. Basically, statistical noise will be automatically reduced. So what you see on this view graph is no physics, it's no biology, pure statistics. If we would just increase the cohort size from the roughly few hundred cases controls, which are depicted by the dots, these are the real experimental points, then we just continue ride this curve. As you see, for relatively early stages, basically resectable stages 1, 2, 3A, up to close to 90%. But there is yet another even more powerful option, by reducing the spread of controls. By reducing the spread of controls. Again, simple statistics. All of a sudden, the area under the curve goes up. We can better separate between positives from negatives just because the two distributions are better separatable, right? So we should just try to decrease the spread of controls. How could this be done? By replacing the set of control fingerprints collected from other individuals by a set of fingerprints collected from the same person before contracting the disease. Collecting the reference fingerprints from the same person. A study initiated by Michaela revealed that this is not pure fiction. On the right-hand side, in a moment, you see the spread of blood plasma-based infrared fingerprints of healthy individuals on a two-dimensional principal component chart. So just imagine we extracted just two parameters of this multidimensional fingerprint to make it kind of, to visualize it for you, the main differences, just in 2 dimensions. These are basically the 2 parameters on the x and the y-axis, and you see that these all healthy individuals have distinctly different infrared fingerprints. So the name fingerprint is allowed, right? Just as our real fingerprints are different, our infrared fingerprints are also distinctly different. Now let's see how those individual fingerprints spread as they are collected repeatedly. As they are collected repeatedly from the same person over a period of several weeks. Over a period of several weeks. As compared to the between-person variability, which is indicated by this big circle there. Well, I mean, the fingerprints of these healthy individuals spread over this whole area within the circle, right? The within-person, intrapersonal variability is much smaller. The within-person, intrapersonal variation over time is reduced by approximately a factor of 2.5. This strongly reduced spread is preserved, as it was shown in the original studies, preserved for even 6 months. And meanwhile, Tarek Issa and Michaela and co have also shown that actually it's preserved even over a period of 3 years. I'm not showing those data here, but just you should just believe that for a few individuals, we took blood samples even 3 years later, and they were still more or less within their own small island of individualized, personalized infrared fingerprint. As a consequence, if we could follow up individuals with a regular blood draw, we could collect a set of individualized fingerprints that could serve as controls in case this person contracts a disease some later time during his or her life. Now let's go back and see what would be the consequence. Here, the blue lines are fingerprints from different individuals, control fingerprints from different individuals. Now we know that the variation of the fingerprint of the same individual is varying, the size of that variation is by a factor of 2.5 smaller. So Cosmas Kapasides and his colleagues have been able to simulate this. And then basically the reference fingerprints look like this. The case fingerprints we left the same. These are really measured cancerous fingerprints, the red ones. No change. We just changed the control fingerprints to have a narrower distribution to simulate the case. What if the control fingerprints would have taken from you, right, just years before you have contracted this very disease, and having now one of those red lines because you have contracted the disease, right? So you have now one of those red lines. This is your current fingerprint. So we can now ask the question how the algorithm would be able to separate this red line from these blue ones. My own fingerprints just taken year before. Easy job for great experts like Cosmas and co. And this is the result. Amazing, isn't it? With the current technology, stage 1, stage 2 lung cancer, in this very setting of self-referencing, could be captured with an AUC beyond 90%. There is no biomarker even inside that would get close to that. No biomarker for lung cancer, I mean. Stage 1, stage 2. Therefore, we conclude that longitudinal follow-up of individuals is the way to go. Is the way to go. And that's exactly what we do in the framework of our Health for Hungary program, which we initiated 2021 for following up 15,000 individuals. They donate, how much time do I have, Michaela? Probably it's over, right? Yeah, more or less. I'm just a couple of more minutes. I'm getting close. They donated and donate several blood samples during the first year of participation for allowing us to determine their personalized baselines, and 1 sample per year afterwards to monitor their health trajectories. Wow, I don't even need that. Great. This could serve as a basis for a cost-effective, risk-free population screening for the 4 major non-communicable diseases, which could save both lives as well as resources, of healthcare, dear minister, can save resources, dear ministers, as it can save resources, huge resources on the long run, and boost prosperity by extending the healthy life year of the population. This is a message to Minister Marton Nagy. Perhaps you can convey it to him. A preliminary result from the evaluation of infrared fingerprints of the first 4 samplings of more than 200 H4H, Health for Hungary study participants confirms the finding of our previous pilot study. Just look at this, right? We have done what Michaela did with her team a few years ago on 30 individuals. Now we have data evaluated from 2,000 individuals. And you see, again, we see this approximately factor of 2.5. It's actually different at different wave numbers, but believe me, if we average out over all these wave numbers, we get again this magic factor 2.5. Reduction in the spread of the healthy person's fingerprint. Blue versus red, factor 2.5. This is the magic number, and we are the first in the world who figured out this number. Initially, none of the participants is supposed to have any one of these severe non-communicable diseases that are listed here. But during the 10-year study period, we expect more than, dear Bela, dear Professor Merkel, we expect more than 1,500 cardiovascular events. More than 800 participants will be diagnosed with diabetes. More than 500 will be diagnosed with COPD, and more than 160 with lung cancer. The samples of participants who do not contract, the lucky ones, and of course most of them will be in this category, fortunately, who do not contract any of these conditions will serve for establishing the populational reference range for infrared electric field molecular fingerprints, determining their individualized normal ages, so personalized medicine. Personalized medicine will start with these individualized infrared fingerprints, and assessing their dependence on covariates like your age, your sex, your body mass index, your smoking status, and other covariates that may affect your health parameters, including your infrared fingerprints. The fingerprints of participants with the newly diagnosed non-communicable diseases that I just listed you before, basically those something like altogether almost 3,000, right? 2,500 to 3,000 persons. Those fingerprints will be most valuable for scientific purposes because they will allow us to verify the capacity of infrared electric field molecular fingerprinting to detect common NCDs at their early stage. And how early we will be able to measure that, because we sample the individuals frequently enough, unlike most other studies of this kind currently underway in the whole world. There are many longitudinal studies, but most of them are much less frequent. Recall participants typically every 3 to 5 years. We recall them each and every year to be able to eventually evaluate sharply how early we can possibly detect one of these major killers for mankind. Why would this be important? Well, every year 17 million people under the age of 70 die of one of these diseases. 17 million on Earth, and of course, many thousands in Hungary out of those 70 millions. 86% of them actually in low and middle income countries. Resulting in a dramatically reduced healthy life expectancy. So this is the average number of life years over which a person in a certain country, living in one of these countries, can enjoy good health. And I think this distribution is almost self-explanatory, and to me it was shocking. To me it was really shocking. More than 3.5 billion people are confronted with a perspective of living a healthy life some 15 to 20 years shorter than people being lucky enough to be born, grew up, and live in a wealthy, well-developed country. 15 to 20 years. Just imagine. You become adult and will be confronted with this situation. You become adult in one of those countries here in this region between 0 and $10,000 GDP per capita. And you learn that your possible friends in maybe France, Germany, South Korea, Japan, even to some extent in Hungary, they didn't do anything else than you. They just were lucky enough that they have a perspective of living a healthy life 15 to 20 years longer. Do the low and middle income countries have any chance for catching up? Probably not. Probably not, until being so dramatically inferior in terms of healthy life years of their citizens. Minister Martin Neut, if he would be here, who could explain us what this means for an economy if people just die away when they are best performance at an age of 50, 55, or 60, right? Just imagine that, what this means to an economy. These countries will never have a chance to catch up. On the contrary, the gap will be growing as long as we cannot do something on their health status. So, I guess the question everyone can answer for himself: if a peaceful, prosperous future of our planet is feasible with such a dramatic gradient between the two halves. I think it's unlikely. So what to do? Well, most of the premature deaths would be preventable by early intervention, triggered by early detection, urging the quest for affordable health monitoring. For that, we need to find the most economically viable set of health data. And here is the first grand question. As you see, it's formulated as a question. The most economically viable set of health data that enables comprehensive and dependable monitoring of human health. And as important is the scientific part of this, comprehensive and dependable monitoring, to assure that this is the scientific part of the challenge. But the technological part of the challenge is to make it economically viable, to make it cheap enough, to make it cost effective, equally important. Otherwise, it will stay academic research. And it's wasted money and time to do that. We need to work simultaneously on making it economically viable. So that's why this is the right question. This is the right question. One of the reasons why I respect Professor Ernie Rubik so much. He put it so nicely in his book. One of the most difficult things in life, and particularly in science, I think is particularly true, is to find the right question. I think this is the right question. Which directly leads us to the next question. Can this set of data be acquired by molecular fingerprinting of human blood to provide sufficient information for health screening, at least for most prevalent non-communicable diseases? Our quest for the answer is driven by a vision which was beautifully formulated by Michaela. Imagine a tool that could catch issues before they become significant problems, like a sensitive radar, but one that is affordable to everyone and is fast and easy to use, to detect irregularities well before individuals get symptoms or would even think about seeing a doctor to nip potential health hiccups in the bud, promising help to keep us on the road of well-being. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you.
So, thank you. I think, can you hear me? Yes. I'd like to thank Ferenc for his presentation. As this is an event where we'd like to have a scientific discourse, ask questions that are right, but sometimes maybe some are not right, but we should still be able and dare to ask them. I'd like to open the floor for any possible questions that anyone may have. Please. There would be...
Thanks for this outstanding talk. Learned a lot about what is happening there. It's not a question, it's a curiosity, this thing, that the field that you're exciting, the molecule, the hammer of the tuning fork, if you do like multi-wavelength or a synthesized field, for example, that would create one more dimension, because it's a multi-scale problem. Would it increase the efficacy?
That's a good point, thank you. Actually, in this particular setting where we're working now, I don't really think so, because we are working in a purely linear regime. So basically, this is kind of in nature linear spectroscopy. Actually, we try to make that sure to avoid nonlinear effects. I mean, nonlinearity can do a great job for us in many applications, but in this particular case, we prefer to avoid it. One of the reasons, actually, we can talk about nonlinear spectroscopy. For instance, in the case of 2D spectroscopy, this could be an exciting opportunity. The only reason why we tried to avoid it so far was that actually we didn't find a way of actually standardizing the measured fingerprints in the nonlinear regime. Just think of the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is we have in every clinic or every major clinic in the world such a fingerprinting instrument where people go and just donate their blood, quick measurement, compare with previous fingerprints from him or her, and tell him you are fine. Just come back in 1 year. Hey, there's something there. You should subject yourself to a data analysis. So for this, it's a prerequisite that all instruments, no matter to which clinic you go, yield the same signal on the same sample, right? And therefore we needed to think and found actually a way to standardize, and whenever there is a change in the excitation, we cannot build two femtosecond lasers which produces exactly the same pulses with exactly the same spectral distribution with exactly the same pulse duration. Never. It's not going to work, right? So it's all different. We need a way to actually kind of normalize out differences, and we can do this beautifully and simply in the linear regime. We didn't find a way for that in the nonlinear regime yet. Maybe there will, but we didn't find it yet. Thank you.
So do we have any further?
So my question is, so let's say you identify somebody has a COPD, and then early on, I don't know, Bela would know that is there you can interfere, you can do something, or right now I don't know that COPD could help at all, so that, you know, many diseases we also can predict based on the HLA type and other things, which based on knowing the sequence information that that person most likely will have this disease, that disease, so that whether the early detection would give some advantage because there is interference, or I have to work more on the RNA part, and then to make sure that that we will come up with something that early detection would be beneficial for the person because we can do something.
I guess this is a rhetoric question, right? So, you know, well, I'm sure the two technologies have to come together at the end. Probably Michaela can give a more sort of valuable answer to this. Let me just perhaps mention one point that perhaps doesn't require very big expertise in medicine or in biology. It's absolutely true that for many different diseases there are kind of different ways of potentially maybe capture the disease at an early stage. The problem is that why would you go to doctor and to do that particular test if you have no symptoms, right? That's the main problem. Actually, in our study, we have captured out of the 10,000 persons, 2,200 persons with prediabetes, with them not knowing about this, right? And we, of course, know that prediabetes is a very simple test. I mean, you just have to go to a doctor and get a blood test, and they will tell it to you. But people just don't do it because they have no problems, no symptoms. They feel well. So why should I see a doctor, right? And probably even if you try to make them conscious, hey, but you should do that, just for prediabetes alone, they will not do it. Because, well, okay, I mean, that's not a really lethal disease. People don't know that it's indeed not prediabetes and even not diabetes that kill you with highest probability, but consequences, stroke and cardiovascular conditions that are following up. That is kind of not so widely known. So basically, oh no, just for capturing diabetes early on, I will not go and see a doctor regularly, right? But just imagine now there would be a test which would tell you, hey, we can capture 4 diseases with this test, which will kill you eventually, or kill basically every single person on this planet with a 75% probability. I think the susceptibility to actually at least considering going for such a test once a year will be substantially higher. That's my expectation and my hope. Michaela, please,
yes.
Just to the same question.
Yes. So, my thoughts on that, the future is in combining both. On one side, the early prevention and detection, but we won't come far if we don't develop ways of therapeutics, right? From very many early detection of conditions, we need interventions. Yeah, we need ways to combat this. And I believe the future is between the two of you, right? And within both two of you. So please continue. We have another question.
Congratulations on your talk.
Thank you.
As I understood, you are measuring bulk changes in submolecular changes. Submolecular
we actually measure eventually what changes of the signal that we capture from the whole blood sample is a consequence of concentration changes in different molecules, because each type of molecule delivers slightly different signals, and therefore if I change their concentrations, I will change the overall signal, and I measure actually this overall signal. So what we see is a change in the molecular composition of the sample.
That's what my question would be.
So none of the molecules has to change. These are still the same molecules, just some of them are upregulated, some of them are downregulated in concentration.
And can you tell, or do you have an estimation that, for example, in the stage 1 lung cancer position, how many molecular species are affected? And when you go up with the signal in stage 2, how many more molecules?
Yeah, this is a very good question. We cannot directly assess from our fingerprints information in terms of individual molecules. This is something we cannot do in the same way we cannot do as NMR spectroscopy cannot do it. So If you go and take a magnetic resonant image of your body, then also you get no information about which kind of molecules change in different portions of that image that you get. It's just you just see that something has changed, right? And basically over time from these patterns. Basically correlated with certain conditions, the radiologists learn if the MRI pattern looks like this is a signature for initial, I don't know, multiple sclerosis in your brain or whatever. So we don't get this information as opposed to, for instance, mass spectrometry-based proteomics, where indeed individual proteins are identified and their concentration is measured. But we did a joint study with our world-famous colleague, Matthias Mann, in the south of Munich, who is the world leader in mass spec-based proteomics, also a collaborator in our CMF project. He's going to measure the first 6,000 samples with his proteomic pipeline, which is a kind of absolutely supreme and top. 3,500 proteins he can measure meanwhile in one shot, right? 3,500 proteins. Just incredible, right? Just incredible, just incredible. And we had a small collaboration with him where he analyzed the same samples which we looked at with our infrared fingerprinting, lung cancer samples versus healthy controls, and analyzed which proteins are behind the differences. And he did identify something like 12 proteins, Michaela, correct me, which were most up or down regulated. And actually we then went ahead and measured the infrared fingerprints of these individual proteins. They can be synthesized also. So we can measure the infrared fingerprints and we can put together numerically the predicted differential infrared fingerprint spectrum from those spectra based on the data from the up and down regulation measured by mass spectrometry, and we could get a good agreement. So it looks like 12 major proteins that Matthias Mann and his group identified are behind something like 90% of the change in the infrared fingerprint that we measure. Still, quite a few percent is missing, which is also maybe extremely important and significant. Maybe they come, this remaining 5–10% doesn't even come from proteins, which Matthias Mann would never see, but maybe come from some carbohydrates or some lipids, right? So therefore, in some way, his technique is of course much more powerful because can identify individual molecules, but doesn't have access to some things which we have access because we have access to all molecules. So again, the same applies as to the question of Katalin. We are very much excited actually to combine the two techniques eventually. And maybe even in a pipeline, start with infrared fingerprinting as a very quick, very cheap, certainly much cheaper or significantly cheaper than measuring 3,500 proteins. Very cheap, very fast. First step, select maybe a large number of people, just train this for high sensitivity, allow a lot of false positives, no problem. That we will take care of in a second step by the improved but more expensive technique, like, for instance, MS-based proteomics. And that's what we try to put together and would like to actually look at this on basically with the help of our samples collected in Hungary as well. Thank you. Very good question. Thank you. Yes.
So, if there would be one more question, it's on the left-hand side. Yes. And in the meantime, I'll add a little part of an answer to Ferenc's question. In a nutshell, in majority, what we measure are proteins.
So my question is, how are you going to control for food quality, processed food versus natural food, plant-based food, and all other environmental factors that may contribute to signal or signal variations?
And what is the question? Or this is just a comment? What is the question?
How are you going to control for environmental, nutritional-based variation in food quality, plant-based, processed foods, and so on?
That's a very good question. I guess these things what you ask for are to some extent encoded in the spread of the controls, and certainly also in the spread of the cases to some extent. To what extent we don't exactly know, because this would of course require systematic studies, which we haven't done. But for sure, what you are addressing delivers a contribution. So we will have to see to what extent this is disturbing. For the moment, we hope that if we can do the self-referencing, then within a certain person, if we can collect a sufficient number of his fingerprints whilst he is healthy to set his individualized baseline, then this will be narrow enough, even if containing some fluctuations. So always there is some residual fluctuation, partly due to the effects you mentioned, but at least it's much narrower than possible in any cross-sectional study, that this will be a big leap forward. Whether we need another big leap forward by trying to actually reduce it further, by suppressing all those effects, by making precise prescriptions, how could you address this? The way you could address this is to make very precise prescription to your individuals before coming in for a blood test. Maybe in the preceding 3 days, please don't do any exercise, please don't eat this and that and that, and please just fasten 12 hours before you come in, and all these things, just to reduce this kind of noise. I mean, it is potentially doable, but as you can imagine, it's a huge burden. It's a huge burden, so probably one would do this only if it's absolutely badly needed, which we don't know yet. Thanks for the question.
Okay. By that, I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank Ferenc. I'd like to thank all the speakers. I believe we have had a nice start into our summit today. We'll continue after lunch. We meet at 13:15. And I would like to thank everyone. Please take the summit as a possibility of scientific discourse, possibility to think of things you haven't thought before, interact in a way, and enjoy lunch break.
The Center for Molecular Fingerprinting is an interdisciplinary nonprofit research institution. The international team of medical doctors, nurses, laser scientists, molecular biologists, engineers, and data analysts is driven by a common goal: moving the frontiers of monitoring and probing human health. CMF pursues the development, testing, and validation of laser molecular fingerprinting for next-generation blood-based diagnostics with large-scale clinical samplings. This happens in cooperation with major healthcare institutions in Hungary and abroad. CMF's vision is to create a reliable, cost-effective, high-throughput approach for populational health monitoring and early disease detection at molecular levels, even before symptoms appear. This research could make the current healthcare system more effective and improve the quality of preventative medicine with the possibility of safeguarding our health in the future. What is preventative medicine? How could the research at CMF contribute to it?
Preventive medicine aims to prevent diseases and health conditions before they occur. This field plays a critical role in improving public health, reducing healthcare costs, and enhancing the quality of life. Preventive medicine involves identifying and addressing factors and individuals at risk of developing certain conditions. Such states are intermediate ones that may lead up to the development of a disease or condition, so-called health to disease transitory state. Importantly, to maintain people in good health, it is imperative to first understand what it means to be healthy at molecular and systemic level. It's challenging to understand and catch such transitory preclinical states if we do not understand the palette of health states, especially given that each of us is different. Therefore, health must be assessed in a person-specific manner. Regular screenings are the key component of preventive medicine. Yet these are often too complex and costly for broad population-wide screening. At CMF, we are pioneering a new tool to monitor human health in a minimally invasive fashion. A blood plasma-based analytical test as a new gateway to quantitatively assess our health and capture its deviations in a screening mode. To this end, we employ infrared molecular spectroscopy as a new means to profile blood plasma. The measured fingerprint information provides us with quantitative molecular characterization of molecular makeup of plasma.
Why is infrared molecular fingerprinting a promising candidate for contributing to the establishment of comprehensive health monitoring?
Hundreds of thousands of blood plasma molecules carry unexplored information about our health. We correlate measured plasma-based infrared molecular fingerprints with medical information of the same individuals and basically follow these individuals and their possible health changes over the years, or to develop a rapid medical screening test to characterize human health and its changes over time. The approach we chose is promising, as it requires only a small amount of blood to be sampled, a procedure that's common to medical practice. In addition to being minimally invasive, the plasma measurements are on the minute scale, and the medical test facilitates analysis of multi-omic cross-molecular infrared fingerprint, meaning it will obtain quantitative molecular landscape of plasma makeup across different molecular groups within a single measurement. Importantly, the single measurement test further brings cost effectiveness and the possibility of laboratory-based diagnostic in realistic medical scenarios, facilitating population-based screening. Given all these advantages, along with obtained results and understanding, we already gain robustness, stability. We can use advances in laser science to shape a new, medically helpful tool for the future of health broadly.
What is the basic concept underlying EMF, and what is the role of machine learning in its utilization for disease detection and health monitoring?
An ultra-short infrared pulse hitting a molecular sample excites resonant vibrations that still last after the pulse is over. The process is similar to striking a tuning fork. The tuning fork vibrates at frequencies defined by material and geometry. In a molecule being hit by a laser pulse, atoms vibrate around their equilibrium positions at frequencies determined by the atomic composition and structure of the molecule. Each molecule has its own set of atomic resonators, tuned to a characteristic set of frequencies in the infrared spectral range. The vibrating molecules emit infrared waves at their resonance frequencies, and we can capture the electric field of these waves with the help of another ultra-brief laser pulse. This yields the electric field molecular fingerprint of the sample. The technology is still in its infancy, subject to advancement on several fronts. The more powerful and less noisy the excitation, and the more sensitive the detection, the more molecular information can be captured by the signal.
And the more information it delivers about early disease onset. How early depends also critically on the choice of the references against which disease-induced deviations in the molecular signal is to be observed. The task of machine learning is to capture a robust deviation from noise, ideally exceeding the biological variation of references. This is essential for the early-stage detection of diseases, and accurate health monitoring. Machine learning algorithms excel at handling large and complex datasets, identifying subtle patterns and adapting to changing conditions over time. As a result, they could empower EMF technology to not only provide a snapshot of an individual's health, but also to predict disease onset, track progression, and personalize treatment strategies. By utilizing an individual's historical EMF data, machine learning models can account for the unique molecular profile, overcoming interpersonal biological variability and providing a more precise assessment of their health status. With ongoing advancements in both EMF and machine learning, the potential for revolutionized disease detection and healthcare is significant, promising more precise diagnosis and improved outcomes for individuals.
Why is a large-scale longitudinal study required to validate EMF or any other set of biomarkers for health monitoring?
The efficacy of a biomarker depends on the magnitude of its disease-induced change and, equally importantly, on its biological variability in the samples used as a reference. Just as increased response to the disease, reduced biological variability of references leads to improved classification. Infrared fingerprints of blood plasma are extremely stable over time for healthy individuals. Within-person variations are found almost 3 times less than between-person variations. If a test fingerprint could be referenced to a set of control fingerprints collected from the same person before contracting the condition, the reduced spread of the controls, that is, a narrowed baseline, should facilitate the detection of the condition at an early stage, when biomarker response is weak. This may apply to several conditions. This hypothesis can only be verified by a large-scale longitudinal follow-up study. Following up with individuals is a must for establishing their personal baseline. If narrowed as compared to the populational reference range, it implies improved early detection. Why large scale? To allow some of the most prevalent severe non-communicable diseases to appear in a statistically significant number over the observation period.
What might be the impact of CMF, if successful, for the future of healthcare?
In one sentence, the transformation of healthcare to a dominantly preventive mode of operation from its current mainly reactive mode. How could this work? Yearly, every person provides a sample of their blood. After its EMF analysis and a comparison against a library of characteristic EMF patterns of diseases, the attending physician receives a report that might flag the early trace of a condition. Building this library is an increasingly rewarding effort. Each measurement contributes to a database of the temporal progression of individuals' fingerprints. These trajectories are annotated with deep health state data, such as clinical chemistry, medical tests, or omics data, and covariates such as age, sex, BMI, physical activity, diet, etc., allowing a computational algorithm to ever more reliably predict a healthy person's upcoming fingerprint based on the covariate-adjusted trajectory of healthy aging. It is the significant deviation from this trajectory in individuals who are clinically diagnosed with a disease that allows to establish a catalog of differential fingerprint patterns for health-disease transitions. The algorithm trained with this ever-expanding library of baseline trajectories and significant deviations, including associated phenotyping data, will permit an ever more reliable de novo assessment of a person's present health state, improve disease risk prediction models, and enable the earliest possible medical interventions.
Imagine a future A future where diseases can be diagnosed before the first symptoms appear. Imagine that with your help and maximizing the impact of different scientific fields, we can create a better and healthier world. A world where cardiovascular diseases and cancer could be identified in time. We believe in this world and work hard to make it happen. We are motivated by the fact that thousands of people have already joined our program. As part of our clinical research, we examine volunteers' blood samples over several years with an innovative, highly sensitive laser method to develop a new diagnostic tool with which certain diseases can be detected earlier than ever before. Our mission is to make the current healthcare system more effective and improve the quality of preventive medicine. In cooperation with our volunteers, we work tirelessly to create a healthier future for generations. Together for Health. For more information, please visit h4h.hu.
My name is Kosmas Kepasidis, and I'm a senior scientist in the BIRD group of the physics department of the University of Munich. BIRD stands for Broadband Infrared Diagnostics, and it is an interdisciplinary group that consists of laser physicists, molecular biologists, data scientists, and clinicians. And the main topic of research is to explore the potential of detecting human disease using infrared spectroscopy of liquid biopsies, and we do this with the help of machine learning algorithms. And this entire approach is known as infrared molecular fingerprinting. Molecular fingerprint corresponds to the pattern that we detect using our infrared measurements of human blood. And the important thing about it is that it is very distinct, it is very different among different individuals. It is also stable within clinically relevant timescales. But the most important thing is that it contains a lot of information about the molecular makeup of human blood, and one could use this information in order to detect disorders or diseases such as various types of cancer. So the main benefit of minimally invasive disease detection methods is that there is no need for the patient to undergo something like a surgery, which could be potentially harmful. And it is true that there exist blood tests that have the capacity to detect diseases, but they can do it mainly at the stage where the disease itself has been already developed and the patient has already symptoms related to this particular disease. So what we are trying to do with our approach is to develop a method which could potentially capture the patterns of the particular disease at the very early stage of its progression. There exist other studies out there which follow a similar approach. But in the most of the cases, these studies suffer from limitations. One of these main limitations is that these studies typically use a very low number of samples, and they typically focus on detecting disease, which has already been fully developed. So in our approach, we collect a lot of samples and work with much larger data sets. And this gives us the ability to do a little bit more detailed investigation and also collect enough statistics so that we can be sure that our approach and the conclusions that we make is fully generalizable. And gives us also the ability to analyze further and make sure that, that our medical test has been tested and its performance has been evaluated in different categories of people in terms of demographics. I concentrate mainly on the data analysis, which consists of a few steps. So first of all, I work a little bit on trying to design the study itself. And once the samples have been collected and measured by the laser physicist, my first task is really to perform the so-called pre-processing of this data in order to make the data analyzable. And once we achieve this, so we essentially proceed with the statistical evaluation of the data and also with the production of models using machine learning algorithms. So machine learning refers to a category of algorithms that have the ability to learn from data. They essentially learn patterns in the data which can be exploited for answering a particular scientific question. It has been really developed into a project, and the main topic of it is to try to find what is the best machine learning based approach for our purposes. Up to now we have been able to collect of about 5,000 samples. And these samples come mainly from our partners at the hospital of the University of Munich, but also from the Asclepius Clinic, which is also located here in Munich. So we have collected samples from people with cancer, from patients who have similar symptoms like the cancer patients, but they have rather a benign disease, and also samples from healthy volunteers. And what we have done is we have really figured out a way to produce models that can reliably detect cancer and essentially classify people among these three groups with a very good accuracy, and at the same time gain information not only about the presence of the disease or not, but also about the stage of the disease. One of the main challenges of our work is that in order to be able to get a deeper insight and analyze more detailed questions, we require to have more data than we currently have. Another challenge is that we really need to work towards the direction of identifying potential biases that exist in the data and try to find ways to neutralize these biases. And, but we have taken a very big step towards this direction. And in a recently published paper in the scientific journal eLife, which was published in October 2021. So we have tried essentially to provide an analysis where we close a lot of these loopholes that are related to these types of problems. Our team, which is led by Michaela Zygmunt, collaborates with laser physicists from the broader group of Attoworld, which is led by Professor Ferenc Krausz. And the main work of this physicist is to develop a laser-based approach for performing infrared molecular fingerprinting. And as it was shown by Joachim Pupeza and his team in a paper published in 2020 in the Nature journal, this laser-based approach is much more sensitive compared to the conventional approach. And we believe that this additional sensitivity could provide us with more informative measurements with respect to the cancer detection. So that was complex research work, and a lot of people have contributed to it. But just to mention a few key players, I would like to mention Marinus Huber, who has contributed extensively to this work, and also Mihaela Zigman, who has led the study. So up to now, we have done a very first step, but important step towards the development of the medical test. And we believe that within several years, we'll have a fully developed medical test that can be used extensively in the medical practice.
I'm Ferenc Krausz. I'm director here at the Max Planck Institute of Quantum Optics and have chair of experimental physics at the Ludwig Maximilian University. Our main goal is to gain ever deeper insight into microscopic phenomena that profoundly affect our life. The key players in these phenomena are electrons. Electrons affect our life in incredible many ways. Of course, via all the electronic gadgets that our modern life is based upon, as well as actually the way our organism is functioning is all about electrons. Electrons form the glue between the atoms that actually create the molecules of each and every living organism. Our microscopic world is very seldom static. In most cases, our microscopic world is in motion. No matter how high the spatial resolution of a conventional microscope is, can such a microscope capture the dynamics that occur all the time in the microscopic world? To be able to freeze the motion of the fastest particles in our world, we need to be able to do microscopy in time. And that's exactly what we can do with short laser pulses. We are now entering the area where we are doing our attosecond photography of the microscopic world. Here you see three what we call attosecond beamlines, which are our high-speed cameras. If the exposure time of your camera is too long, then the fast-moving object will appear on your picture in a smeared way. In a conventional camera, you have a mechanical shutter which kind of opens and closes, or you can also do this electronically, but in any case, you can't become much faster than a microsecond, about a millionth of a second, right? These are the fastest cameras which can actually even capture the motion of a bullet from a gun, yeah? However, this technique cannot be developed much farther, and you have to come up with some new idea. And this new idea are flashes of light. Basically making very short flashes and illuminate the object you would like to capture, the motion of which one would like to capture, with a very short flash. And this is only possible with lasers. The trick to generate them is that actually we make the laser emit continuous waves at many different frequencies in such a way that at a certain instant in time, the maximum of one of the oscillations of each of these waves of different frequency coincide. And that's the moment when, correspondingly, the sum of all these waves builds up to a very high intensity, and this is the peak of the pulse. I guess everyone has heard about the time unit nanosecond, which is a billionth of a second. Now, if we move towards shorter time scales, the first are the picoseconds, which are 1,000 times shorter than a nanosecond. Then another 1,000 times shorter are coming the femtoseconds, and yet another 1,000 times shorter we move into the world of attoseconds. So 1 attosecond is actually a nanosecond, 1 billionth of a nanosecond. And from our laser laboratory above us, the pulses are coming down through this evacuated tube, are directed into that very box over there, where we can decide which of these 3 beam lines is being served with these laser pulses, and which of the 3 beam lines is actually used for an experiment. By interference between the light waves, we can get down only to the femtosecond regime, because light wants to be a wave, and therefore we can't compress the duration of this radiation to a time interval shorter than at least 1 wave period. So this is still not short enough to actually capture electronic motion. So we asked ourselves, what else can we possibly do to generate even shorter flashes to be able to capture eventually the motion of electrons? And the idea was really intriguingly simple. Just make sure that such a single cycle laser pulse, it has a strong enough electric field that it is able to rip off 1 electron from an atom. And this procedure of ripping off the electron requires the electric field to overcome a certain threshold. So if you now imagine this electric field in our short pulse has basically a single half cycle in the center, and then only a small fraction of this single half cycle delivers strong enough electric field for this process to activate. And therefore, this ripping of the electron can happen within a fraction of this half cycle of our laser pulse. And this fraction actually means a fraction of a femtosecond. So we indeed managed to generate in this way extreme ultraviolet flashes of light. Back in 2001, turned out to be 650 attoseconds. So the field of attosecond physics was born. The actual interaction region where the photography, the attosecond photography takes place is actually really very small. We need to build a big apparatus starting with the laser, then with the attosecond pulse generation, and with all the degrees of freedom to actually manipulate these 2 beams to eventually be able to investigate the processes in a tiny little volume that is a really tiny fraction of the size of the whole infrastructure needed for that. Of course, we can't see the electron itself because it's that incredibly tiny. We can just measure the properties of the transmitted flash of light and the electrons with which this very short attosecond flash interacts leaves its imprint on the transmitted flash of light. So if we analyze this transmitted flash of attosecond light, we can learn about the instantaneous state of the electron at the very moment of the flash. When we perform a new experiment, it's and we see first outcome of that experiment, the kind of feeling that we are just seeing something which no one else, at least on this globe, has ever seen. It's a very special feeling which is really hard to describe. I don't think it can be compared with any other human feeling. And I can tell you that it is still the same feeling as it was 20 years ago. It's a kind of childish joy and pleasure that we now again entered some uncharted territory and may have the chance to understand something that no one else has seen before, has understood before. We have been doing this research on fundamental phenomena for about a decade. We actually recognize that the number of new questions and new effects are not getting smaller. So having convinced ourselves that the method is working well, we thought, okay, what are electrons actually, what can they be good for that could possibly serve some practical purpose? One obvious answer is they are carriers of electric current, right? So one way of boosting the power of current generation classical computers, just speed up the switching on and off of electric current. In this way, you could just perform more operations within the same time. So your computer would be more powerful. Just think of our fuse cycle laser light. This contains the same kind of electric field that is being used for switching on and off current also in circuits. And we have started doing research in this with our Attosecond tools, and it looks like that potentially we should be able to boost the power of current computer technology by a factor of 100,000 approximately. This is one direction. Attosecond technology also offers us to use a very short burst of well-controlled infrared waveform to bring a molecule into vibration, or a set of, or an ensemble of molecules into vibration. And then the second job that Attosecond technology can also do is to actually sample the infrared waves that these vibrating molecules send out in the wake of a very short excitation. And this is our laser-based molecular fingerprinting instrument of the first generation. The system starts with a laser oscillator that generates a very short femtosecond duration laser pulses. And this laser pulse trans-illuminates our biological sample. In our current experiments, these are samples of human blood, human sera, or human plasma samples. So when we have an infrared source which contains all the necessary frequencies, and that's what we are working on, we could actually address all molecules present in a complex biofluid like human blood. All the tens of thousands of molecules. It's not so much the very composition that we are interested in, but more the change. Because if we could measure changes in the molecular composition precisely and could bring it in correlation with changes in the physiology of the organism, then this might be a possible way of actually diagnosing a disease that is just about to emerge. Here you see the heart of our molecular fingerprinting instrument of the next generation. As you see, it is much more compact than the instrument that is currently in use. It also offers a broader spectral coverage, so we will be able to measure a larger fraction of the molecular fingerprint, as well as
offers higher sensitivity, and most importantly, it's going to be more user-friendly. So it's a first step towards clinical applications.
Our research could not exist without the participation and contributions from people all over the world. And each and every student, each and every postdoctoral research fellow makes a very important contribution. So we can offer a lot of problems to be solved, and whenever we are able to overcome one, this always allows us to move into new territory, which may open up exciting applications.
You are now looking at the original, the first laser. It used a synthetic ruby as the lasing material. It now rests as a memento on the desk of Dr. Theodore H. Maiman, the man who developed the first working laser and opened the door on a future of incredible possibilities.
It was, like in many other fields of physics, Albert Einstein who laid the foundations for the technical development of the laser when he published his theory of stimulated emission in 1916-17. But it would take quite some time for his proposal to be experimentally confirmed. In 1954, the American physicist Charles Townes built the first maser, a simplified precursor of the laser, which emitted microwave radiation with wavelength in the 1 meter to millimeter range, but not visible light. The Soviet researchers Alexander Prokhorov and Nikolai Basov came up with a design for a comparable apparatus. Modifying the maser to emit light waves in the few hundred nanometer range required the use of a different architecture. Townes and his colleague Arthur Charlow thought of adding a system of twin light reflecting mirrors. Also Gordon Gould, an American physics student, has developed a construction plan for a photon copier, which he referred to as a laser in his notes in 1957. But another American, Theodore H. Maiman, won the race when he successfully tested the world's first functional laser on May 16, 1960. He described the breakthrough in a manuscript that was submitted to the journal Physical Review Letters for publication. But the reviewers failed to recognize the significance of his achievement, and the paper was rejected. Maiman finally published his findings in Nature. The edited version consists of 2 simple figures and fewer than 300 words, and unlike many modern submissions, there is no concluding paragraph announcing the many scientific and technological advances the finding may lead to. Maiman missed out the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Committee chose to honor the pioneers of the maser and awarded the 1964 Nobel Prize in Physics to Townes, Prokhorov, and Basov. Nonetheless, Maiman received numerous academic honors, and benefited not least from his own invention when he underwent medical laser surgery in Munich in the year 2000.
Hi, I'm Matt Weidman. I'm a group leader working with Professor Ferenc Krausz at the Max Planck Institute of Quantum Optics near Munich, Germany. It's a great pleasure for us to have on loan the very first laser. As you know, the first laser was made in May 1960 by Theodore Maiman in the Hughes Research Laboratory. And with it, a beam of coherent light was produced in the visible region of the spectrum for the first time. This was based on a synthetic ruby crystal as the gain medium. This is a 3-level gain medium that was optically excited by a flash tube such as this one here. Both the flash tube and the gain medium are then mounted inside of such an enclosure to allow you to put high voltage across the flash tube. Because this gain medium can store energy for a relatively long period of time, so in the upper states of this 3-level system for milliseconds, it allows for quite efficient optical pumping of energy using a flash tube. The light that's emitted here in either direction from this enclosure is then reflected off of a cavity mirror, such as one of these ones here in front of me, such that if a single photon of light, a single quantum of light is emitted in this direction, it's then reflected off of the mirror such that it comes back through the laser amplifier. And through the process of stimulated emission, you create a clone of this photon, and thus one photon becomes 2. And then at the other side, these 2 photons are again reflected off a cavity mirror and sent back into the laser, and these 2 photons create 4 photons. And with this, you have the coherent amplification of visible light, and there with it, the very first laser.
When Theodore Maiman presented the first functioning laser to the world public in 1960, people had only vague ideas about the areas of application that the highly focused, high-intensity light could one day penetrate. While the daily press luridly speculated on the realization of a dangerous ray gun familiar from science fiction stories, experts described the new development both appreciatively and skeptically as a solution to problems that yet to be found. But the triumphant advance of the newly acquired light tool soon began. Today, it is impossible to imagine everyday life without the laser. We encounter it every day as a barcode scanner in the supermarket, or cash cards are adorned with laser-produced holograms, and laser pointers have replaced the FASC. Whether in consumer electronics, communications, measurements, technology, industry, medicine, or research, lasers are used everywhere, and not only on Earth, but also in space exploration. But the possibilities of this source of light are far from exhausted. That is why experts call the 21st century the century of the photon, and thus the century of the smallest light particle.
Messenger RNA is magic. We did not invent it. Nature invented in our body, in the bacteria, every living organism. We make the same molecules in a test tube to take advantage and benefit the human.
mRNA is the key ingredient in vaccines helping us fight COVID-19. But what is mRNA? Here in the human body, our cells are constantly making proteins to keep everything running smoothly. mRNA, or messenger RNA, is a key part of this process. It carries the instructions or code from the DNA to create different proteins in the cells. In a vaccine, mRNA is delivered inside a protective fatty coating, which can get into our cells to release the mRNA code. It instructs the cell to create a spike protein, the same protein you'll find in the COVID-19 virus. The body recognises these new spike proteins as foreign and then learns how to identify and fight the real virus. mRNA vaccines are only the beginning of a revolution in medical technology based on RNA. The possibilities for applying RNA research across a range of areas, such as cancer, rare genetic disorders, and infectious diseases, hold huge potential.
I am from Hungary originally. I get my education there. I'm a biochemist by training. I get my PhD in Hungary, and I work most of my life in the United States, mostly at the University of Pennsylvania for 24 years. My parents said that when I was like 5 years old, I was very curious to see what is inside an animal. Like my father was a butcher, and when he opened the pig, they said that I was standing there to see what is inside, whereas my sister ran away. She's 3 years older, and she did not want any part of it. Happened that later she became an economist. I didn't know that for the rest of my life I will work with RNA. But at that point, it was not messenger RNA. It was just a short RNA molecule with antiviral activity, and that excited me a lot.
RNA, like its famous relative DNA, is a molecule that carries genetic information.
Swiss Medic autorise le vaccin de Pfizer. C'est allé très vite.
Seemingly overnight, the world is talking about mRNA, and there are questions about how quickly this new medical technology is able to be developed. In reality, it is not new, but instead a result of decades of research by scientists around the world. Initially, most of the science is not focused on vaccine development, but on the search for cancer therapies or perhaps even a cure.
So in 1989, I started to work at University of Pennsylvania. This is a Ivy League school, very prestigious. And at one point, I met Drew Weissman at the Xerox machine. We were copying papers, and, I like to brag about things. And I told him, that who I am, what I was doing. And so he said that he wants to develop vaccines. And of course, immediately I offered him that I will make that RNA for you. And that's how we started. And he was very happy that the RNA I made was very inflammatory, immunogenic. And I was not happy to hear that, because I want to use for therapy.
In search of new mRNA formulas to reduce the immunostimulation in therapies, Katalin Karikó and Drew Weissman begin a joint course of complex RNA modification experiments in 1997.
We started working on RNA to try and understand why it was so inflammatory. We were both completely open-minded. Any data that we didn't understand, and there was a lot of it, we sat down, we kept doing experiments, we kept getting results, we kept getting excited by the results.
Middle of the night, submitting grants, and 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, sending each other, and you are still up, and I'm still up.
we couldn't have come to the result without both of us being involved.
I was making the RNA, and Drew was checking whether it is immunogenic, not immunogenic. Then he gets the data, and we lean over, and we try to understand and make sense of it.
Finally, we figured out how to make it non-inflammatory.
And then our mind was all over the place.
Just going in every direction, thinking a year in the future.
We just were amazed that, oh my God, this is what it means.
And after that is when the vaccine field and other RNA fields took off.
Karikó and Weissman discovered that if you tweak the chemistry just slightly with these modified nucleotides, you can basically trick the immune system into seeing that synthetic mRNA as safe self-RNA instead of as foreign and virus-like.
The icing of the cake was that one of these modifications, which was pseudouridine, not only the RNA was not inflammatory, we generated so much more protein from it. So as I mentioned, the problem was originally little protein, short period of time. Now we could get more protein, longer time period, and the RNA was not inflammatory. So we were ready for prime time.
I knew Katie from her publication in Immunity. I had dropped her an email and congratulated her to the paper, but I never had met her. Yeah? And we invited her to give a seminar here. Then we went to a dinner together. Yeah? And during dinner, we had a wonderful conversation. And I learned that she's a passionate scientist. I understood that she is very like us. Driven by the idea to help patients. I offered her a position and I said, Katie, if you are interested, yeah, we would love to have you here as part of our team.
And we immediately clicked because, you know, he told me that I am straightforward, I am so transparent, hardworking, you know, father who was butcher, his father was working in the assembly line, and we liked each other immediately.
Katalin Karikó joins the team of BioNTech in 2013.
Every day when you are designing experiments and performing it, you gain more and more knowledge. You feel this happiness, the feeling that I understand a piece of nature.
The COVID-19 pandemic plummets the world into a unique darkness. Entire societies are shut down and millions are dying. Governments around the world scramble to adapt and respond to this threat. Fortunately, due to the determined efforts of the scientific community, much of the research, testing and infrastructure needed to design and manufacture mRNA vaccines are already in place at several of the major pharmaceutical companies.
When we started this, we weren't thinking about curing pandemics. We were thinking about making new vaccines. We had 5 phase 1 clinical trials of different mRNA vaccines that we were working on before COVID-19 ever hit. And we knew at that time that this had the potential to be an incredible vaccine.
Moderna already tested influenza vaccine, which was mRNA vaccine, 2 years before. It was just the public didn't know about that.
Less than a year later, the Pfizer, BioNTech and Moderna vaccines are in the 3rd phase of clinical trials.
I remember very well the day when I learned that the phase 3 clinical trial was very successful. That was a Sunday, November 8th, and 2020. It was my daughter's birthday, and we celebrated with my husband when the telephone rang, and then Ugur Zahin called me and told me the result.
Seeing the phenomenal success of vaccinated people being protected gives me incredible amounts of joy.
I was really happy when people wrote me emails and said that they could see their parents and family members. They could meet each other.
Whether an idea or technology is patented or not tells us nothing about its scientific value, its utility to humankind. So how do we judge the importance of these discoveries? As the scientific community looks forward to future Nobel Prizes and other awards, how can we rank these achievements?
For me, the success is not to be in the spotlight. The success is every day when you are working in the laboratory and you are solving a problem. So when the COVID vaccine was needed, I knew we could make vaccine very powerful, very safe so quickly, because there were hundreds, thousands of people work for decades. I was very happy to learn that the vaccine is so effective, but I expected that.
We haven't thought of all of the things you can do with mRNA. My family, and I'm sure my lab, is mad at me that I didn't celebrate when the phase 3 clinical trials came in. I had already moved on to something new. We were working on pan-coronavirus vaccines, sickle cell anemia gene therapy, malaria with people across the US and in Africa, leptospirosis with people in Southeast Asia, vaccines for peanut allergies. We're working on really every imaginable infectious disease.
I was always interested about this fragile molecule, this RNA. And still today, I am following scientists discovering new things, and I am just fascinated, just like an exciting crime story. And I am so glad that it eventually helps humanity.
I never sit back and rest on laurels. I'm always moving forward. I'm always moving on to the next disease, the next vaccine, the next therapeutic. And that's just the way I think.
We worked together a lot.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of fun.
It was a lot of years, but they weren't boring years.
It was very enjoyable. To be a scientist is a joy.
Everyone for your attention, please. Just one thing, as some of you are going to be leaving in the meantime, or anyone that has gotten such type of a badge, before you leave Eli Alps, please leave it at the reception. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. In these days, I am talking to people who are not biologists or molecular biologists, but now is laser experts. And I have to say to you that Friday I gave a little talk because I get a literature award. And this so now I get a Libri award I received because my book was sold the highest number last year for the non-fiction category. So I also tried to hear, Ferenc showed all of these fancy pictures, which was real pictures about laser and other things. And this is the fanciest picture I could find, because otherwise this is imaginary picture. I have to say that you can make RNA research in your kitchen table, and the budget of $5,000 or $1,000, you don't need any fancy things, no vacuum. And the closest I get to laser research is that at the Biological Research Center, when I worked there in 1985 to 78 to 85, Joschka CG, he was doing laser research, and he was next door to me. And sometimes, it was big sign that not to disturb, but when it was open, the door, I just peeked in, and I could see dark, and there I could see some beams, and he was sitting by himself very quietly, and I could see some kind of magnifier things was put there. I didn't know what was, and I imagined that I would never want to be a laser scientist. So I stay in my room and did mRNA research. So the messenger RNA was discovered in 1961, and it took like 60 years when eventually, as a form of vaccine, of COVID-19 vaccine became, approved. And if you follow the literature or news last week, and other vaccine, the respiratory syncytial virus, just those who are above 50, there is a lot of young ones, so not for you. Who is older than 50 is already approved by FDA. So a lot of things happen, and I will talk about what. But actually, well before 61 discovering mRNA, people already realized that the RNA can carry information, because what they did with the tobacco leaf they took, and they brushed in phenol-extracted RNA to the leaf, and it was infected. So they realized that the nucleic acid, which is RNA, carries all of the information, and it can be a virus. So people said, what the hell is all of this protein is doing? But we know that they are protecting and helping to spread. But it was in the 50s. And they repeated similar experiment in animals. They injected, and realizing that the pure RNA can carry all of the information and create a virus. So, but how this RNA, is it present in our body? One question scientists ask, that here we are, all of the chromosome is in the nucleus, and all of the protein synthesis is going on in the ribosome, and they could not find the DNA in the cytoplasm. So it took long years. They tried to identify that who carries this information there. And I just mentioned one Russian scientist, when they did Spirin and colleagues, they come up with a great idea. They selected 20 or 30 different bacteria, which the GC content was that, I don't know, GC means anything for you? GC content was very high, so that, and then they thought that if they isolate the RNA, they can prove that the RNA was made from the DNA. And that was a great idea. And so they did, and you can see that the GC content was very high in some of the bacteria, but when they isolated the RNA, voila, there were no difference. So I had once in the wall in my laboratory that it was a quote from Leonardo da Vinci. Experiments never fail, only your expectation. because they didn't know that they isolated total RNA, and it was mostly ribosomal RNA, which is identical in the bacteria. We know today, and we laugh at them, but this is how science, we always try to figure out something, do an experiment, and we get a result which we don't expect. So anyway, I told you that RNA, messenger RNA, was discovered in 1961. These two papers, back to back, about this discovery, and both mentioning that it is a very labile molecule. And now finally we understood that the central dogma of life is that there are DNA, and RNA is made and goes to this ribosome, makes protein, and we are made from protein, or the protein is enzyme, makes lipid, other things, and that's who we are. And so it was very exciting. I have to say that this paper was published in 1961, and several of the authors are still alive. So meaning, if you work on the field, you can expect long life. And scientists couldn't make mRNA, but they did. They discovered quickly that there is some kind of long poly A tail is there, and other scientists get the idea that we can use it for purification. So sometimes in 1972, they invented this oligo-DT, purified the mRNA, and this helped other scientists, mostly chemists, look at the other end of the RNA where they found this cap structure, and Furuichi was actually in Japan who first discovered that there is a cap on this RNA. And if you get the mRNA vaccine, yes, it was a cap on it, and because they also showed here, without cap, there is no translation. So you need that cap there. And I might mention that in 1975, many papers came out in Nature. So if you worked on this field, you get a good publication, and grant is funded then. But by the end of year, Bernard Moss demonstrated there are enzymes which can do this capping mechanism, and it was from a viral enzyme. And if you get the Moderna vaccine, they used also the same vaccinia capping enzyme. The BioNTech incorporated co-transcriptionally a different manner. So that these were mostly chemists looking at the RNA. They cannot synthesize, just isolate. And others try to look at more function. I just described here one. The precursor of red blood cell is reticulocyte, and it is full of beta globin because, the red blood cell is full of hemoglobin. And so what they did, they isolated and put in a lipid, and they delivered to a primary cell in culture. And then this cell, this spleen cells wouldn't make globin protein, but now it did. So it was 1978. Yeah? So it was those who think that vaccine research started just in 2020 is mistaken. A lot of people worked on this field. I was not talking about what I was doing, but in 1973 I came here, Szeged, and the reason is because I want to go to the University of Szeged, because in the same year, the Biological Research Center, 1973, was opened. And that was my dream, that I will work there and I will discover something. Yeah? I didn't know what the scientist is doing. My father was butcher, and I did not know any scientist up until, I came here. So I tried to I loved plants and genetics. The only opening was in the lipid lab. So the grease stuff is not very exciting, but I was looking forward to spend the summer at the bench. Professor Tibor Farkas told me that, Kati, rest of your life you can spend at the bench. I will send you to a field trip and go to Szarvas. There is this Fischer Institute, and please collect some water fleas. So, important things, you have a dream, you think you are at the bench discovering big things, and then you are in the water and collecting something like water fleas and make a little experiment. And that was actually basic of my first publication, came out 81. And of course, here I collected fat from fish. And if nobody's from the industry, I can say that, you know, if you feed the fish with corn, it's not really the healthy fat there. So try to get fish from the Northern Sea captured. Anyway, so I hardly could wait to go back and finally, you know, and the bench research and Ernő Duda and Eva Kondorosi work in the same biological research center, biochemistry, and they came with the idea that they want to have liposome, and they approached the lipid team, because this is from lipid, and they wanted to deliver DNA to the cells. And, you know, I was like 22 something. I just thought, great idea, you know, and the problem was that we were behind the Iron Curtain. And that's why every time I hear about sanction, I always think about fellow scientists behind. So that's what happened to us. We couldn't buy with the 2 Deutsch mark was this forced reaction that Judith Forsch described in 42. How to have this reaction of phosphatidylserine ethanolamine. Anyway, Ernő found this paper and jumped on the bike, and he came back with a bucket of co-brain. And so it was a good thing that my father was butcher, so I was ready to act. And then, you know, purify out with acetone the protein, then the ether and all of these things. And this was the time, you know, that we had no fume hood, just open window. So I inhaled so many chloroform, ether, other things that sometimes when I don't remember something, I blame on that it's solved. Anyway, at the end, we could deliver the DNA to the cell, and this we published. And so what is important for the student, you do an experiment and you never forget, and then it was always in your mind. Because one day when Jenő Thomas walked in the laboratory, and Jenő is an organic chemist, and he said that he has an opening for a position for doing a PhD. This is how it was at that time. I don't know whether it is different. And I said, oh yeah, so RNA, I will go there. So from this, you can obviously see that I am not a visionary. I just follow the flow. Anyway, and Jenő told me about the cap. He worked actually with Furuichi. They get a publication. And he sent out, you know, different cap analogs to Aaron Shotkin to New Jersey. And so I already learned from mRNA has a cap. And then he told me that I have to synthesize this molecule, which is a short RNA molecule. And I worked together with János Ludwig. That I met him. He's a chemist student. And when Hétvezért, we collected grapes in the spring or the fall, and then that's what I met him. And now we are working together again. And we are working even today. We get patent together, many publications together. So I am saying here, be nice to the people sitting next to you or working with you, because you need their advice. So this small molecule was thought to be responsible for the interferon effect, that naturally we are making this molecule, oligoadenylate synthase, when we have double-stranded RNA infecting us some virus, and then we produce this molecule, and this will bind to other enzyme, and the idea was that it chops up the viral RNA, and this is how it exerts antiviral effect. And if you follow the literature on COVID and during the pandemic, they identified these are the 2 enzymes, oligoadenylate synthase and RNase L, that those people who had very low level, they get seriously ill. And those children who get ICU, they also had a polymorphism, which resulted that level was very low. So anyway, we get support from the industry. I don't know, I was népköztársasági ösztöndíj I got, and I was, you know, kind of valedictorian and so on, and I get Academia Award, and I get a stable position, and somehow I had a child, and somehow I was a temporary position, and one day it was ended. So I don't even know how it happened, so I don't blame anybody, but I had to leave the country, and I had to go to America. And if you read my book, this is the laboratory, had no windows and low budget, you know, no lab coat, nothing, and a lot of cockroaches. But anyway, we worked on this modified nucleosides, and Professor Suhadolnyik actually wrote the basic book on modified nucleosides. And we started to develop also 2' 5' link molecule. This is a cordycepin is an analog, easy to make 2' 5' because there is just 2' hydroxyl there. And actually that was part of my PhD thesis here at in the center. Anyway, we were working and we couldn't make this small molecule good antiviral. So what happened is we turned to double-stranded RNA, which was known to induce high level of interferon. Interferon means interfering with viral infection, but it is very toxic. So what we did, we introducing some mismatches. And this was called Ampligen. Other superiors made a company, and we started to treat HIV patient. We are in 1986, and we treated 10 patients. Unfortunately, their interferon system is compromised, and so we couldn't help them very well. But I might mention the major advantage of being America at that time was that, you know, we could go to lectures. So, you know, there were no telephone, no iPhone, no internet, nothing. If you want to know what's going on, you might have a Nature or Science, and every week you learn what happened 2 weeks before, or you go to the lecture, and that's what we have done. So different lectures. Anyway, you heard that I was so small RNA, double-stranded long RNA, I did, but I did not talk about mRNA yet. Because the most important thing happened in 1984. By that time, you know, I was just about going to America when they figured out how we can make mRNA in a test tube. The test tube is really a tiny tube, I have to say, like a couple of microliter reaction I use. I was first time shocked when I was at CureVac, and I've seen the 50 milliliter reaction, and I have to say that Pfizer is doing 60-liter plastic bags. So that things increased there, but anyway, now we could make synthesized in test tube, and those were scientists from Harvard University. Douglas Melton, Paul Krieg were first described in 1984 how to make mRNA in a tube. Because now that if you have the genes, you just can copy it, and you can have an RNA. And I sent a letter when, you know, with stamp on it, kind of. So because there was no email at that time, and asked Paul Krieg that whether he could send me this construct, because I want to make mRNA, and kindly he said that we have even a better one, which T7 promoter, and he included that one. This is how friendly the colleagues were to each other when it was in the late 80s. I have to say, you know, that at that time was revolutionary things. I mean, Tech polymerase was 1989 was the molecule of the year. So the PCR is just coming in and isolating RNA. I mean, Chomchinsky introduced the cow-tropic agent. Up until that, to make RNA was really a pain. So I would hug him one day, you know, if I meet him, because it was made my life so much easier. Anyway, we made, you know, they made this human beta globin interferon encoding RNA, And they had a capping enzyme from Bernard Morse, I just mentioned. He figured out how to isolate from virus, and then they injected to frog oocyte. And Jolt and others who are at my age, you know, that if you walk in a biology lab, they have a terrarium with a frog. And this was not for decoration. They had big eggs, and then it was easy to inject to them. And that's what these scientists did, injected this mRNA, which they produced. And when they cultured it, that supernatant contained functional human protein. So this was 1984. So I was also excited. I already get the package from Paul Krieg, and I was, yes, I lost my position actually at Temple University, as 4 times it happened in my life. No guarantee to get a Nobel Prize if 4 times you were terminated. But without all of these things, I wouldn't be here today. So Elliot was interested. He's a cardiologist and a week younger than me. So I immediately, when he hired me for a faculty position, expecting that, you know, soon I will get my own funding. He waited for 7 years and never get. Anyway, he provided, because he was interested in this urokinase receptor. And this receptor is functioning if all of this glycosylation, I don't know whether you can see from there, different glycosylation in there, it is GPI linked, and so many decoration is needed. And what was interesting is I cloned this urokinase receptor, I made the mRNA, and then it was like, it was functional. So the cell knew all of this, what to do. And then with Elliot, we decided that it would be good for something, maybe for older people can give bone marrow, because we can extend the tip of the chromosome and with the telomerase and adding the template, and then it will be useful something. I also did a lot of play. Elliot did, you know, they did bypass surgeries, catheterization, other things in clinical department, you know, a molecular biologist can do anything. And then I was having different blood vessels, mostly not human, but animals, and I put RNA, like dripping through, and 15 minutes later, protein I could measure. So it was like, it is feasible because they take out usually the blood vessel from the legs, and it is in their hands, and you know, in a couple of minutes, they can put an RNA there, which has beneficial effect. So we thought that it will be useful. We were not the only one. A lot of people were thinking about that mRNA will be good. And so the 90s, you can see, they already using mRNA for therapy. They made vaccines, influenza vaccines, cancer vaccine, and other things. I usually mention at that point, you know, that to follow the literature is kind of easy, once a year on mRNA. And in these days, you know, like every hour you have more than that. But anyway, the interesting part was that these scientists hardly published anything anymore. So I was very excited. Floyd Bloom was the editor of Nature. He's a script. They did injected vasopressin into the brain, and they could treat the animal like 2 weeks, had no disease. And I decided that I will do mRNA coding for therapeutic protein. But somehow all of these scientists did not publish, except Eli Gilboa, who also made a company, went all the way to a phase 3 trial, but due to futility, they had to stop. So anyway, later life, you know, I meet people and they respond when I email now. And then, you know, ask why you didn't do more experiment, and turn out that they couldn't get funding. But because Elliot paid my salary, so I was not worried that much. But most of them, you know, problem was that this RNA was unstable, very short period of time, just very small amount of protein was made, and it was not enough for therapeutic. You had to figure out what kind of disease it would be sufficient. So what you could see for years is that constant improvement of the mRNA and the formulation, because you want to formulate, you have to protect this RNA, and then you want the formulation to stick there and have to enter to immune cells, cells, and then when it is an endosome, you want this that capping wrapping material release the RNA a little bit, but then let it go to the cytoplasm. And there are many different formulations. There were like protamine, which is in the sperm cell. It sticks so well and never released the RNA, so that lot of experiment had to be done to find the right wrapping material. So this was the story there, but now that Elliot left cardiology, I was saved by David Langer, who was a medical student in Elliot's lab. And if you have medical students in your lab, you know that they know everything. But I still suggest to you to be very kind and nice to them, because David convinced the chairman, he was already a resident, and convinced the chairman that neurosurgery needs a molecular biologist. That was me. And then I get this corner. This was my laboratory for 17 years. This was, this one-person laboratory, because I couldn't get grant. You can see low budget again, no lab coat. Only recently, when I became famous and the university wants me to show up with the logo. But anyway, we did all of this research and try to figure out what kind of mRNA product we can make. And so that's what I am telling you. You are on one field, and if you are another person, another field, and you respect and you educate each other, even two persons can come up with some novel ideas, like David said that, I was talking a person who has subarachnoid hemorrhage. I'm talking to that person, blood is in the brain, and he said 2 days later he will be dead, because all of these major blood vessels will constrict and he will die. And then he said that with some hocus pocus, I don't know, physician know that he said that I can reach this area of the brain, and what we should do, I said I can make a nitric oxide synthase mRNA, so in that case not the protein, but the protein is an enzyme which makes nitric oxide, which is a couple of millisecond half-life, but locally, if it releases there, maybe we can help this patient. So that we started to cloned and we started to test out. We were in Chicago, different places where model animals were there. So with the ice bucket and with the RNA, I was traveling here and there. We tried to find, to show in an animal model. And this was, David left. He got an offer at Lenox Hill, and if you watch Netflix, there is a series, David Langer is playing there in the Lenox Hill or New York Emergency. It was the last year was the series. So anyway, and he established the largest neurosurgery department in the United States from scratch. Yeah? So he's very talented guy, and he helped me. Although he left, he came back every year when, I was ready to kicked out from neurosurgery, and he made sure that I stayed there. But, my salary was $50,000, and neurosurgery department is always the richest. You remember Christmas party, catering, infectious disease department, they have to bring the food, so there were different. Anyway, but so they still paid my salary. It wasn't, penny for them. But one day I really ran into Drew Weissman and at the Xerox machine. And for the young one, I can say, this is a machine, it's a big one. And then we copied from journals the article. Then we put to the file cabinet, we put numbers and reference. So it was quite complicated that time. Anyway, from 2002, everything I saved digitally, so if the progress would be better, I never see through Weissman because I wouldn't go to the machine. But anyway, he was there copying, and he worked in the infectious disease department, and the neurosurgery was a different department, but because in cardiology, I remember the code for the Xerox machine. I used that, and then so that's how it happened. We start to chat, and I like to brag. I told, I am an RNA scientist, and he wanted to make a vaccine, prophylactic for HIV patient, or prophylactic or therapeutic. So he said he already tried DNA, peptide, other things, but not RNA. And I was, brag about that I can make RNA, and he gave me the template, and then I made GAG mRNA for HIV. And what was important, that he came to Fauci's lab. At that time, I didn't know who he was. And then he cultured this very specific human dendritic cells. This is a professional antigen presenter cells in the immune system. Anyway, so as it was critical, and both of us needed for this study. And I have to say, we really were very low on budget. And we did all of this experiment, shoulder to shoulder, really, because no technician. And so anyway, we did the first experiment, and he was very happy because all of this important marker was high up in these human cells. But we also measured high TNF-alpha. And TNF-alpha is an inflammatory molecule. And, I was there to save the lives of the stroke patient, and had last thing you want to inflammation. And that was the question we asked them. Why the RNA is inflammatory? Where is this TNF-alpha is coming? I thought that I make the RNA which is inside the cell, and then came to the thinking, because everything is curiosity-driven. We didn't set up, we will do non-immunogenic RNA. We just thought that why it is. And maybe all of the RNA is inflammatory. And so by that time, I was working on RNA 10 years, so I have a repertoire of, in the freezer, things, different RNA isolated here and there, because I always needed control. And for this experiment, tested out. The purple shows the RNA, which I made, which I thought that the best. And then turned out that all of the RNA I isolated were less immunogenic, less in TNF-alpha was induced. And when we looked at closer, we found that this tRNA, this is transfer RNA, was not immunogenic at all. And we already knew, especially, Suhadolnyik lab, we just did everything, modified nucleotides, that 25% of the nucleotides in the tRNA is modified. And that's got the idea that maybe modification is the reason why it is not inflammatory. And they are, okay, now just we have to prove it. But how? I just show that because you are not chemists, just to scare you a little bit. Yes, there are more than 100 different modifications in the RNA, and most of them is in our body. We always made RNA from the four basic nucleotides, and we have enzymes, and we change it, and these changes is introduced. And the importance is not fully understand what enzyme is doing, really not known. And so you just couldn't order from Promega to send an enzyme, and I can introduce this. But I knew 2 modification was introduced by an enzyme, and this was Tamás Kis. And he is from University of Szeged. We lived in the same dormitory, and I am telling you, it's not enough to remember student that somebody was handsome or good soccer player. You have to follow what they are doing when they leave the school. So Tamás discovered that how 2' methylation and pseudouridylation occurring in the ribosomal RNA. And because I was nice, so I called him up and asked him to send me these kind of components so I can modify the messenger RNA. But of course, it was not that easy at that point because it wouldn't work in vitro. So I had to call up János Ludwig. We collected the grapes once upon a time, and I told him that I have to, instead of doing how nature is doing, with enzyme changing, I have to buy nucleoside triphosphate, which is already modified, and, crossing my finger that maybe the enzyme will incorporate. And so I asked him where the hell I can buy nucleotide triphosphate, which is already modified. I insisted only that those which is present in the human body. I don't want any foreign things there. And he suggested to me the company, which later became billionaire, the company, not we, but, because everybody was purchasing the modified nucleoside triphosphate from them. And 5 of them incorporated. So we have mRNA, which now contain modified nucleotides. And the big question was, of course, that whether it changed anything. And when we put the RNA into isolated dendritic cells, which actually drew isolated from the human blood, what we found is that some of them were still inducing inflammatory molecules, but some of them was not inflammatory. And when we look at closer, we could see that which was not inflammatory, then the uridine was modified. So it's a big discovery. Exactly 2 science paper came out that U is activating Toll7-8 and Toll-like receptor 7 and Toll-like receptor 8. That's what you happen when you make major discoveries. But we at least knew that how to change and not to activate. So we have these modified things, and I have to say we also produce that Toll-like receptor 8 by itself. Just the uridine, the nucleoside, can dimerize and can activate. And it was published later, as well as, mRNA. Naturally, your mRNA in your body also has pseudouridine, so it is not a foreign. Even prior to that, it was known that tRNA and short RNA has, but it also has the mRNA. Again, it was 10 years later was known. We didn't know at that point. Anyway, because Drew wanted to make vaccine, I want to make therapeutic protein-coding RNA, and so it is important that it will produce some kind of protein. And the surprise was that pseudouridine-containing RNA, when we deliver to different type of cells, even primary cells, we get 10 times more protein. And we didn't understand that instead of the uridine, the conventional RNA, it is so much better. Why nature didn't introduce that? And I don't want to bore you with those 2 years which I tried to understand all of these things. But I can mention that whatever cells I tried, and of course, working neurosurgery, sometimes I have to touch neurons. So I showed that, neurons, RNA can be delivered to the neurons, and they express, this is GFP encoding mRNA was delivered. And when we deliver to any kind of cells, mRNA in a culture, like 99% of the cell picked up and translated. And so it was very powerful. And what we have done usually in the United States, you file a patent and establish a company that you have never heard of, but because we couldn't get the patent for our own company. That's happened in other countries, hopefully not here. I don't know whose, universities here, so that it would be the best to give to those who made the discoveries. Anyway, I was already in between all of this termination. I was also demoted from my faculty position. I didn't even mention that. And wrote a small business grant that how this mRNA, if it goes for erythropoietin, how it could be used to treat anemia. And so did the experiment, and we injected this nucleoside-modified RNA with a commercially available complexing agent, and we could see that even 4 days later, we still could measure the protein. I have to say that we did experiment, but we injected, 30 minutes later, we already could measure the protein. So when you inject an mRNA, instantly translates, and if it contains pseudouridine modification, for example, it will be like 4 days translation ongoing, and it is functional. The protein made from this RNA functional increase the hematocrit value, because the erythropoietin is a doping drug. And then when weekly injected, we could maintain high level of hematocrit. And the animals were very happy, jumping up and down. And if we had a bike race, probably they would win. Anyway, and then it was not inflammatory. So this was 2012 when my last grant was rejected, and chairman said that if it is not, then I have to go. So I ended up in Germany. I have to say that at the age of 58, my biggest accomplishment I felt was that I got 2 job offers, one from Moderna and one from BioNTech. Now that you are smiling, but BioNTech and Moderna was not known. BioNTech didn't even have a website. So anyway, I said, Germany, I said yes, and then there were no fancy building like that, just a campus, and then I joined forces, and we started to further improve the RNA, optimize the sequences, purified many, many different things. One important thing I did there for 9 years working in BioNTech is that everything what we have done at the bench at University of Pennsylvania, I have to repeat on a way which is scalable for industrial manner. And when realizing that the RNA is not pure, it has double-stranded RNA contaminant, had to work out. And again, this was a lot of work when finally we figured out an HPLC purification, which is again, is not usable for industry. So we had to come up with a different purification procedure. But it, in the light blue, shows that how well it increased the translational, and this is log scale, improved the translation, so purification. Anyway, all of this hocus pocus, finally, the little protein, short period of time, now that by 2013 we had a lot of protein, long time, and the RNA was ready for prime time. And you already could see clinical trials started. I mean, CureVac in Tübingen was established in 2000, and later 2009 it was, or 8, was BioNTech was established. 2010 it was Moderna, and everybody was gearing up for run a clinical trial. And so I didn't talk about why is this mRNA so important. I mean, you have to know that more than 100 different product is FDA approved, and if you are a physician, any of you know that how expensive the protein base, and you have to choose which patient to give, because antibodies and other things are really very expensive. But when you use the mRNA, you can inject to the patient will make the medicine. And then you can make a polyvalent injection, because you can mix RNA coding for many, many different proteins, because they are always from the 4 nucleotides, and they will not stick to each other. If you would try to mix the protein, one is hydrophobic, you would get an aggregate, and it would not happen. Then much cheaper even if the final product is protein, the development is much cheaper, because you can make RNA very quickly. I just say one thing here, what I did in BioNTech, for example, because I was in charge of the protein replacement program. And we did a bispecific antibody. This antibody can see the immune cells, can see something on the surface of the tumor cells, bring close proximity, and then half-life is very short, like 2 hours. The patient who gets a bispecific antibody get a pump in their arm, and then every two days they had to fill up the pump with the material. But here we injected the mice, in a humanized mice here, and then it was eliminated, even established large tumor. This is already very successfully in clinical trial, human trial. While I was working, of course, in Germany, I keep a good relation with Drew Weissman and Norbert Pardy, who worked in lab at the beginning. He worked with me. It's, Norbert, grandfather, and my father work in the same butcher shop in Kishújszálás. So that was, we established good trust there, and we put in charge that he will make these vaccines. And what was interesting is that this vaccine was very similar. It was against Zika. We are in 2017, not HIV is the problem, not corona yet, Zika. And right before the Olympics, you remember that. And then he made RNA, which coded for this envelope protein, and it was 1-methyl pseudouridine containing, and it was formulated with Acuitas lipid nanoparticle. What was interesting is that when he injected to the mice, like 30 microgram, or injected 50, 30 microgram to the monkeys, who not working with monkeys 4.5 kilo around, so much larger. And it was the same amount of RNA was sufficient. And it was a surprise because when DNA was used as a vaccine, unproportionally, so larger the animal was, unproportionally more had to be injected. So finally, in a human trial, when DNA was used in Africa, milligrams of DNA was injected. But here it seems not. It is the same, is enough, and you are already aware that for corona vaccine also, mice 30 microgram, monkey 30, human 30 microgram was sufficient, and generated protective immunity. And from this one, you know better than maybe me. What was the timeline? When Yongtsen put out the sequence information as a Shanghai virologist, and he put it there in January 5. I think he's told me. I got an award with him, and that time I talked to him, and he said that I put to the gene bank, but nobody paid attention. And at Holmes, his friend from Australia, he asked him to put the Twitter to tell the people that the information is there. So you see that you need every part of the technology. Even you need it Twitter to look at what is in the gene bank. And so when the people learn what is the sequence information for this new coronavirus, 150 location people started to make vaccine. Information. If it would happen 20 years before that, everybody would expect, not everybody, but at least who want to make vaccine, a little package from Wuhan with the little virus in it to start the vaccine development. But by that time, you just can order genes. Tomorrow the genes arrive. You can make an RNA in 1 hour. You can inject. And that's how it is. Of course, scaling up is a challenge. So you can see that Moderna already injected the first volunteers in March, and the trial ended before, end of that year. Of course, skeptics said, oh, this is the first time messenger RNA vaccine was used for infectious disease, but those people did not attend the mRNA yearly meeting because they would know that actually CureVac much earlier already tried to develop vaccine to protect against rabies. Moderna ran flu, avian flu, 2 Zika viral vaccine trial and CMV trial already, and those were lipid nanoparticle formulated. It is just, 100, 200 people, not 200 million. And so beside that, when we had first time, 2013, we had the mRNA conference, and there were, the panel of experts, I was not even part of it, but, the industry and everybody was there. And, nobody mentioned that infectious disease will be the first which will be approved. Everybody thought that VEGF-A mRNA, which was used by Moderna already in phase 2 trial, where they delivered injected naked mRNA into the heart, and they could see that those patients who underwent elective bypass surgery, the heart performed much better. And so that's everybody thought that will be the treatment. That others, like Intellia, a company, started to use Cas9, which is a genome editing enzyme, and then they delivered the mRNA to interrupt a very toxic protein, which, these people who get this transthyretin amyloidosis, and they are dying after the diagnosis, like 5 years, and they could interrupt it in their liver, this toxic protein production. And this is already close to approval. So there, it seems that even the dream of gene therapy may be solved with mRNA. I still have a little time to tell you about that what's going on today, because more than 250 messenger RNA is in human clinical trial. And most of them against viruses. I listed some of these, the influenza, the respiratory syncytial virus, now it's going on for the younger one, and HIV, the HIV virus, the Zika virus, and herpes simplex virus, and that was initiated from University of Pennsylvania. EBV, CMV, Nipah, which is in Asia, is a major problem, or monkeypox, recently you heard about. And then there are bacterial infection. There is tuberculosis and the Borrelia, which cause Lyme disease, and like malaria, which also ongoing and sponsored by Gates Foundation. And of course, in the news more you can hear about cancer vaccines, and those are individualized or share tumor antigen, and not only vaccines, but antibodies, which I mentioned, and also there are T cells, which again generated with mRNA. The T cell therapy is very expensive because you have to generate viruses to transfect the T cells, but now there are also possibility to use transposons, and that can deliver the gene. And I mentioned acute diseases. There are genetic diseases now that Moderna announced they are a rare disease company, and they have several trials which is already past phase 2. So they might be approved, and many allergies like peanut and dust mite allergies, they also use the mRNA, and so it is a lot of things is coming on its way, and I just can quickly show you that all of these years, because 1961, I did not read those Nature papers. I couldn't speak English, read English, and I was 6 years old. So, but later on, I was part of this process. And I remember at the beginning how we begged people to send gene clones, for example, because the clone was not available. Later, companies formed, and we could purchase clone. And then came the RT-PCR cloning. So when we had a cell line which contains that particular protein, we know that RNA is there, we isolate it, and RT-PCR TA cloning, we could make it. Later, we could order the clone, and now that if we needed some modification, we just can make custom synthesis. The same way improved how we will make RNA, that the cap, for example, first we just incorporated the simple cap 0, later enzymes became available, we could make poly-A tail, we could make cap 1, and so on. And of course, if you don't care about cloning and RNA, you just order it if you have money. And finally, the delivery, which I mentioned. liposome already in the 60s, they have, but not using for RNA, but then, different commercial product, transit lipopectin was available, and protamine, which I mentioned, it sticks very well to the RNA, and it was not very useful, but now that there are lipid nanoparticles. So there are progress constantly ongoing, and companies are formed. These are just the beginning companies, but now all of the large company has RNA unit. And now what is left for me is to inspire the next generation. Some people doing, not me, other people are, this is Weissman and that's me. And we are, inspiring others. Other people wrote that. I wrote this paper, this book about my life. It will be published in 13 different languages, 9 already out. So if you want to know how to survive the harsh environment in the laboratory, just read it. I give you a lot of advice. And finally, I mentioned that I like to brag, and if you wouldn't know, I am the mother of a 2-time Olympic champion, and I used to go to her races and award ceremonies, usually introduced as Susan Mom. And when she is coming now to the ceremonies, she is Scotty's daughter. So it is, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being really inspirational. Yeah. This is where true inspiration comes. And this is the way I'd like to thank you for finding the way to share it. I'm grateful to be able to hear you out here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get an award right now, but when usually I get an award, I also thanks to all of those people who try to make my life miserable, because they made me to work harder and improve me, but no, I know no price. So I just mentioned to you that, no matter what good or bad happens, you have to turn it to your benefit.
Let's say the prize is us being together here today. Ferenc would have a question.
Yeah, before the question, I actually wouldn't like to repeat Michaela because I couldn't put it even nicer. So thank you, Katalin. The question, you also mentioned that prevention is also a big topic and a big goal here. Prevention of what kind of diseases? Is it just kind of infectious diseases or even non-communicable diseases? So what kind of diseases do you have in mind when you are talking about prevention?
So the prevention for cancer, it is difficult because, this is based on mutation. That prevention there or delaying the return based on that BioNTech has a program identifying pancreatic cancer cells or pancreatic cancer, remove completely, sequencing, identifying mutation, similar done by Moderna is for melanoma, and then based on it, predicting that what kind of epitope they have to make. And they make RNA. Moderna does 34 different epitope. BioNTech makes 20 different mutated epitope, and they started immediately, like 6 weeks later, the patient who underwent this surgery, and then treating, and then they can watch that it's not coming back, the cancer. And not all of them, like right now for pancreatic cancer, half of the patients responded, and now that for 2 years, no return of the cancer. And so that's better understanding is needed on many levels, but there is not such a thing that I would get a cancer vaccine that I never get cancer because, you know, the cancer is very complex and many different complex exist. So the prevention, of course, infectious disease, and even, you know, multivalent vaccines. So Moderna is doing right now respiratory syncytial virus, the influenza, corona, those who are afraid of the needle, you know, it is one injection, all of this. And interestingly, I might mention that mentioned Borrelia, Lyme disease, like, for example, figuring out that the tick has a saliva protein which helps spread of the bacteria. And what they did, they identified which are those 19 proteins which contributing spreading of the bacteria when a tick bites. And then they sequenced, they made mRNA, and they vaccinated the mice. And that what happened is now that, you know, the tick biting the animal, immediately immune reaction, and they couldn't get infected. So maybe we will have, instead of the antibacterial, we will have anti-tick vaccination.
Wow, it's truly impressive.
So new ideas is coming from the new generation. They are sitting on the back there, and they will come up more ideas that how to do it.
Truly impressive. Thank you. And if I correctly conclude from what you've said, then basically methods for capturing diseases at an early stage will still be needed. So we can go on. So we don't have to stop our research. It's
yeah, of course, you know, because
thank you. Okay.
I have to say that so many times people told me no, it's not working, so I would be the very last person that would say that it is not working, you know, because I have heard so many times. So, you know, just keep trying, failing, stand up, try again and learn from it, and that's science. Yeah, I mentioned many times, you know, in my book also that we are not searcher, we are researcher. We repeat many times, you know, the experiment.
Thank you. Yeah, we need patience with research.
Thank you, Kati. Excellent talk, enjoyable as usual. Let me ask two short questions. So you mentioned biological therapy is extremely expensive. It's not affordable for all of the country and even for the patients. Do we have any trials on the field in which a biological therapy is competing? Because it would be a significantly less costly therapy.
Where the
mRNA therapy.
mRNA. I mean, antibodies, like we had Claudin 18.2 specific antibodies also out in protein, but as an mRNA is much cheaper. And of course, you know, you would say that the COVID vaccine was not $2, but because you know that clinical trial took a lot of money and so on. But, you know, different kind of antibodies, which is used in cancer treatment, is...
But this is not an available therapy for biological drugs, because there are existing biological treatment which are extremely expensive. If you calculate, if RNA would be much cheaper, it would be a solution.
So that there are which can replace, like, you know, like Shingrix, which is for shingles. It is $600, and now that both companies developing an RNA. And then all of this, beside that, you know, that with the mRNA, you can replace intracellular protein. Intracellular protein, which is not in the endosome, because still those you can use as extracellular, like recombinant protein. And those are working. Moderna is working on rare disease, delivering to the specific hepatocytes those enzymes, and more is coming. I was here for a couple of days, but I did not have time always to follow the literature, what's going on. But it is daily when new things happening, and I am happy to say that Ugur Sahin and Özlem Türeci and Drew Weissman, we received the Novo Nordisk Prize, and as a result of it, in this fall, in November 7 and 8, Ugur Sahin will be here, Drew Weissman will be here, I will be here, and there will be an mRNA conference, which never been, all of these scientists there, and this was Novo Nordisk sponsored conference will be here, and we will invite more RNA scientists for 2 days. We will have mRNA, and you come and you can learn everything what's going on right now.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
One short question. How long does it take to get a new vaccine for the future pandemic situation?
Yes, it is already 6 weeks. So this, you remember that last summer when the FDA said, oh, not really that one, can you make this that one? And that it was 6 weeks later, it was ready. So it is scaling up, everything is already solved. 6 weeks, scaling up. If you need just one, you can have tomorrow.
Follow up with a mini after question would be, you said 6 weeks is needed, but still there's an approval process in between, right?
No, you don't need for the individual cancer vaccine, again, just the process is there. One is, you don't have to. How you would test that vaccine is good for one person, for example, and who you would test. So that's the procedure is approved, and then you can proceed with it. And also for the new boosters, there were the composition. This is why they don't change the cap, the formula. Everything is the same. And then you change 1 or 2 amino acids based on the new mutation, and that's what you use. You don't have to rerun.
Okay. That's also of a big advantage. Speeds up the process, dissemination. So we have a question from the public.
Thanks, Katalin, for a very nice presentation. I had just 2 small questions. One was, through some simulations we see that even before actual reaction takes place, it's possible in few femtosecond time scale to regulate the charge dynamics so that the actual reaction, if you don't desire it to happen, you can stop it actually. Is it really, do you think it's feasible? Through simulations we see that it's possible to control a reaction within few femtosecond. Actually some attosecond dynamics, but before the actual nucleus starts moving and actual big reaction starts happening in some mRNA small molecules within that. So we checked it individually. Of course, through simulations, we cannot check the full system yet, but we saw there's some indications. And
you explain, because I don't really understand. If you want to explain here what you are talking about.
So
you explain or you ask? Okay.
I'm asking.
Yeah, okay.
So the question is, do you think it's really possible, or it's like just an understanding, like doesn't make much sense?
So she's having a reaction in a test tube, if I may try to reiterate here. A chemical reaction in a test tube, and she'd like to use a laser to inhibit a chemical reaction. And now the question is, could one apply such a procedure to block some chemical reaction within a living system? I don't know what.
Yeah, electron dynamics timescale. Yes.
If you do something in a tube, you should repeat in some kind of living organism. That's it depends on if you want to further go to human trial and others. There are very restricted steps you have to go through, toxicology, other things, so that if you do something, you can inhibit the coronavirus in a tube. You know that Clorox can stop it also. And we already heard about those recommendations. And so that you have to show, not even just in an animal, you have to show everything in human. You have to make a trial. You have to make a dose escalation, inpatient dose escalation. You have to, so it is, you just cannot test something. It is very time-consuming, very expensive, and for the safety. Like 55,000 quality control was in this mRNA production. It is just mind-boggling that we had to make the vaccine, formulated. Then, you have to take it out, show that the RNA is still intact. And whether the first one which went through on that day, the middle day, the last day, every has to be the same. The degradation, you have to put different temperature. You remember we minus 80, but we didn't say minus 80 forever. And those people who said, oh, I can put in higher temperature. Of course, we could also put at the room temperature. Yeah, that 4 days later is degrades, so that they didn't add it that, okay, minus or plus 4 or minus 20, and then the time is different. So during a pandemic, of course, doesn't matter that because you don't have a big inventory, but later, then you have a big inventory, and every month goes through one that you have to throw away because it expired, or when we had minus 80 and nothing you have to throw away. So that this was not your question, isn't it? But that's okay. So that's. Yeah. That's all of this quality control was so many times mind-boggling. But it was required, and it is needed. And you know that we already had once a little peak, which was not in the shorter trial. And then we tested out. It worked on the animal. It was functional. But you don't know that what it might do, this material. We try to identify, and you just throw out and start all over. So it is very high standard quality control. And people were worried about DNA. I just mentioned milligrams of DNA was for vaccination injected. And if you ever wanted to transform, even with plasmid or any DNA cell, how struggle is it? You have to have certain sequences. You have to have certain proteins there. That's how the virus is doing. So to incorporate the RNA we deliver, or even contaminated DNA would be there, to incorporate to your genome, is the chance is zero. It won't. It is so difficult, because that's how we build everywhere. RNAs is everywhere in our digestive system, in our blood, DNAs, RNAs, because it can reprogram us if it gets inside. So it will degrade.
Yeah, so before we close, I have a question. So my question to you is there any field that you have this far not tapped on yet? Like you are saying, the mRNAs everywhere. I think it's magic. No, it's magic how we can still function and how they are conserved and how they are informative. But let's say, what would still be the fields that you think what you found could at least, or even conceptually, be transferred, what we know up to today, and what would be the fields of science or applications you have not up until now tested out and you would think might be relevant?
My time is up, but and I don't have the rest of the afternoon. And telling you that when I went to BioNTech, I told Ugur, I have these 30 different ideas already worked on it. I was excited about to have mRNA coding for phage lysines to make antibacterial material, for example, and so on, so on. And then I was there 9 years, and we did 0 of my 30 ideas because it was Ugur's company, and he had so many ideas, and we had limited resources. So based on it, I realized if I want to do what I want to do, I have to make my own company, and that's what I did. And now I am going because I have a lot to do.
Thank you. Very nice conclusion. As you go, I would like, Mr. Karikó, we would have, as a CMF, a little take-along. Do not forget about us while you are doing.
I would like to take the opportunity, given that Katalin has to leave now, and I feel ashamed to have to say that I have to leave as well, and I will be able to follow Gérard's talk only online on the way to the airport due to an unforeseen event. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank you both. It was really exceptional to have you both. Maybe this is probably the first time, right, that you both speak at the same event?
I think so.
Yeah?
I have to say that it is not the first. It is not the first time.
Not the first.
We were in Vietnam, but
not fighting.
You were not fighting, but you were locked up.
Yeah, that's right.
Not in the prison. No, COVID.
Because of this.
You?
Fucking COVID, yeah.
He got COVID, and that's why we couldn't. I spent my time with your son and with your wife.
And I was in the hospital, watching you, receiving the prize on TV.
In Vietnam prize.
In Vietnam, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
but we almost met. We were close in the same hotel.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But you didn't give talks there, both of you, right?
No.
That's
the first time. That's the first time. I hope it's not going to be the last one. Okay. But as you were talking, and you were telling us about all the difficulties and so on, it's amazing how, I thought also we had the same kind of things, but the reaction when you come up with a new idea and say, well, it's not going to work, obviously, and so on, yeah, very good. You have really to fight, yeah. Yeah.
If somebody says you have a good idea, then you stop it.
Yeah, but the other response is, but I had exactly the same idea, Exactly. But you should have tried. Anyway, thank you so much. Yeah.
Just for a very short moment. So I just would like to conclude that you both are role models for us, for me personally, and I guess for all of us here, and provide us a huge amount of motivation and inspiration to move ahead. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you. And we still have something to do before Gérard. It's your floor. I would like actually us to get a picture of the four of us. So the three of us plus Michaela. Well, wherever. That's not important where the picture is being taken. It's much more important how we are arranged. So slowly. So physicists like symmetries. Gabor, you agree? Yeah. Okay. The two physicists are going to embed the two biologists. Okay. So that's the first step. Gérard, move a bit that way. Yeah. Okay. To give space to the biologist. But this still not uniquely specifies the arrangement, right? So we need something more. And Gabor, physicists also like anti-symmetries, right? Okay, so this is the reason why you have to change your place, yeah? And of course, you can now ask, why is that? Because these two persons here have already deserved something, namely, have achieved something that rank among, in the category, the biggest, greatest benefit for mankind. And these two persons aspire for that, together with you. Thank you.
while...
Don't we need, after this incredible talk, don't we need a break?
Would you like a break?
And we can reconvene? No, that's okay. No, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
So, here is the mic. Here is... So, while the others are out saving the world, we are reconvening and coming back to the world of physics. And yeah, I'm very glad to have the person that has been contributing, initiating the endeavor, the institution where we are, and I look forward to Gérard's talk. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let me see it now. Is there? No, not there. Come on. This one. Yeah, and I know we can go on this one. Oh, okay. No, it's not this one. Ah. That's right. Yeah, yes, we can. But it's not. Are you sure that you are connected? Because this is...
I dare to go.
No, because we are way back. There's a lot of things. Let me see. See, here. I think it must be somewhere. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Wow, we did it. It's amazing. Okay, well, thank you very much. It's going to be very difficult to talk after, of course, you know, what we have heard, Katalina. But I'm going to try to do my best. And it is really a great pleasure to be here, because you cannot believe it, you know, what it is. In 2006, 2005, 2006, I moved from the States. And with Donna Strickland, we just, you know, well, it's not just, but I mean, we, you know, had demonstrated this idea, which can be extended. You know, we started with producing short pulse high intensity on a table, right? And of course, we wanted to go higher and higher in intensity. We just saw that it was not a question so much of, we have shown all the pieces. What we needed to have was the money, the space, and the manpower really to realize our dream. So I moved to France, and at that time, Europe was looking for new infrastructures. And by the way, Europe, you will see, has been very, very important, and it's very, very important for science. This, I really want to stress it, and this, I'm really amazed what Europe has provided to us. And we shouldn't forget that. We shouldn't forget it. So when I came back from the States, I came to France. Europe was launching kind of an initiative to produce more infrastructures, okay? And they were looking for novel infrastructures. So immediately, I proposed an infrastructure which could really produce very ultra-high intensity, ultra-high peak power. And this proposal went to, was examined and so on. And it was backed up by, we were 13 countries, I think, at the beginning, and trying to produce in that a petawatt. That was the name, a petawatt. A petawatt, which a petawatt is 10 to the 15, which is millions of billions of watts, And so it was a kind of very challenging things, there was so much, as you will see, things that we could do if we had high peak power. Anyway, so that was, and I proposed these infrastructures, not only the ELA infrastructures. The ELA infrastructures, at that time, when I proposed it, I thought it was going to be a French one, on the, if you know where the École Polytechnique is, on the Plateau de Saclay and so on. So I thought, that's where we are going to build these facilities. So I proposed this idea. But the European Commission came, and the proposal was, it was on top. Okay, it was the number one. Okay, and I was very glad. I said, wow, sure, I'm going to have these beautiful infrastructures, on very next to my office, and so on. But when we, I thought it was very nice. When we talked with the European Committee, European Committee said, Gérard, we like very much your proposal. It's a very beautiful one. But there's one thing we cannot do, is to have it in France. Wow, it was not very exciting. No, we have to have in an emerging country. But this tells a lot about Europe, okay? And we should say thank you now, okay? And but now the question was, which one we were going to have it? They want an emerging country, okay, which one? So the candidates were at that time, and I know you are smiling, the candidate was Romania, Hungary, and Hungary and Romania, Hungary, and Czechia, of course. But we wanted to have an infrastructure. It was supposed to be one roof infrastructure, you know. So we had a lot of debate, right, for about a year, you know, which country is that going to be this infrastructure will be built in. And after a lot of discussion, we decided that, and the fact that, by the way, I'm of course, you know, making a long story very short because it was a really long story. And we already, Europe was giving a lot of money for infrastructures, but not science infrastructure. You know, for bridges, for schools, for hospitals, all these good things. And they had, at one point, they say, well, you know, maybe we are going to extend that to science infrastructures. So they were receiving a lot of money already, each country for roads, bridges, and so on. So, you know, with a kilometer of highway, you can build a lot of expensive infrastructures. And then, the three, Romania, Czechia, and Hungary decided to apply, but they couldn't be 3 times the same one. They had to come up with infrastructure with different flavors, you know. And Hungary decided short pulses, femtoseconds, and so on. And Czechia was interested more about producing beams of high energy particles or radiations, okay? And Romania, because they were really very strong in nuclear physics, okay, wanted to apply now these infrastructures to the study of infrastructure, I'm sorry, to nuclear physics. I'm sorry. Okay, so this is the idea. That's why I'm so pleased to be here, because that it was 2005, 2006, and now, you know, 20 years later, or about, you know, we see these beautiful infrastructures, of course here, but also in Romania, and also in Czechia. And so, you know, I think we should really think about Europe. You know, I think we owe a lot to Europe. Anyway, so I'm going now to my, my talk. And, you know, I've been in a field of very short pulses and high intensity. We developed this technique that we call short pulse amplifications, and we made possible, you know, the production of these very, very high intensity pulses. And then we did that at the beginning. Of course, we demonstrated this technique with my dear friend and students at that time, Bernard Strickland. And when it was, you know, you get the Nobel Prize in physics is announced the first Tuesday of October, okay, around noontime, okay? And but that was a time where I was going to the pool to swim. You know, I'm a swimmer. At least I was a swimmer. No, now I'm not. So I was going to the pool, and so on. My secretary said, Gérard, come back, because there's this call that you get, you know, from a foreign country and so on. And I look at my watch and say, well, this is noontime. And it's Tuesday. So I kind of zoom in my office, pick up the phone, and the chairman of the physics committee, tells me, Gérard, I have the honor, the pleasure, whatever, to announce that you are the Nobel Prize for 2018. And wow, I was, it's like a ton of bricks, which is going on you. And he said, but it's not over yet. There is more. What more? What can be more than that? You are going to share it with your student, Donna Strickland. And I was really, really glad, because it was amazing. I mean, at that time, Donna, I knew that there were only very, very few women in physics, And Donna was selected. And she was the third one, Marie Curie, Maya Gopper-Mayer, and Donna Strickland. In 120 years, this was amazing. So, I was very glad because I got it. But what was phenomenal, that is, I contributed to educate the third one and the third woman, to get. So I was very pleased. I said, now I can die, And he said, don't do that now, okay? It was very nice. So this is the way. So I'm going to tell you now what is what we can do with short pulse laser. Yeah. Okay. So so of course, a few years after us, we had also these three nice and good friends, also got the Nobel Prize for the short pulses applications and application and so on. So that was a great news for us. Okay, so the story starts, of course, by Ted Naiman. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows what Ted Naiman, who he is. He's the first guy who made a laser work. I mean, the laser really, the concept of laser came from Charlie Towns, okay? But what Charlie was proposing was a laser with, it had to be gas laser, It had to be, we couldn't, it has to be CW, and so on. And so, especially at Bell Lab, everybody in the world, were working on the lasers, trying to get the laser work. And at Bell, especially at Bell Labs, which was really the dominant labs at that time. And you have this young fellow, Ted Naiman at that time, freshly came out from Stanford, was working at Malibu, very, compared to Bell Lab, it was very small labs and so on. And this guy made the first lasers. And it was not a gas laser, it was a ruby laser, because the other things they were prescribing, Charlie Towns, it has to be a 4-level system, because 3-level was very difficult. It was too much energy needed to get a 4-level, 3-level system to work. So, and this young fellow comes with a solid ruby and a 3 levels systems. And so it was against the grain, And so anyway, he made it, he showed it, But of course, it was not. So it was May 16, 1960, in the afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that the first burst of coherent light came out. Okay. Remember that light, of course, was produced as a consequence of the Big Bang 13 billion years, but until now, it was only incoherent light. And this guy, this young fellow, made it the first burst of coherent light. And of course, everybody, especially at Bell Labs, they couldn't believe it. They said, no, that's not true. It cannot be true. So they spent quite a bit of time trying to demonstrate that it was not quite laser light, and so on. But finally, everybody in the world duplicated the experiment of Ten Mayman, and they found the same result. And of course, we improved. It's true that the first burst of coherent light was not really, it was not ideal, but it showed the concept. So this is amazing story, amazing story. Okay, so this is a laser, this is a gas laser, and we know we are not going to talk too much about that, but what's really very amazing about laser, and that was what I started about at that time, just a few years after. What I was amazed is, what the possibilities of that this new light was offering, And of course, now the fact that is coherent, and it is, light is oscillatory, right? And so the fact that it's coherent, that you can make fringes. You have the sinusoid can be short. At the beginning, of course, when that defines the coherence, it was produced, the pulse of light was in milliseconds, even microsecond, millisecond, okay? And a lot of work went really to make it CW. And now, of course, light, coherent light, can be produced over hundreds, over really seconds. And in seconds, of course, light propagates 300,000 kilometers. So you can have coherent light. These oscillations, can extend to 300,000 kilometers. This is mind-boggling, okay? And the phase is not lost. So this is really a big, of course, applications. But you can do the opposite also. Instead of having, of course, light is typically 10 to the 14th Hertz, okay? 100 terahertz, okay? And so there's a lot of oscillations, okay? And of course, it's coherent over hundreds of thousand kilometers, and the period is a micrometer. So you do the math and you find that there's a lot of oscillations. So, but also, as this is what we are doing here, right? You can produce all the energy in one single period. And so that already gives you an idea of the flexibility of light. You can go, with zillions of periods and up to a single period. And of course, and when you have a, so why do we want really to have a zillions of period? It's because this, if you generate a short pulse of light with a single the idea is trying to make it very, very short. First application is you can really take pictures of very fast reactions in a, in a femtosecond scale. That is, reactions which occurs in atomic physics or nuclear physics in a very, very short time scale. You can capture them, okay? Because the pulse is very short. But the other applications, and that was also very exciting to me, the other application that the pulse is very, very short. The pulse is in a femtosecond regime. That is, if I can produce 1 joule in 1 femtosecond, I can produce a petawatt. So a petawatt is something, I'm talking only petawatt peak. A petawatt is, if you consider that the reactors, producing energy is gigawatt energy, right? A typical, energy producing facilities, gigawatt. Okay, gigawatt is 10 to the 9. So a petawatt is a million of these reactors, which means that you are producing the power produced by the total oh no, shit. It's always like this, So it's basically the power of the grid. The world grid power is about 1,000 times the world grid power. But the catch, of course, is in 1 femtosecond. But that gives also an idea how short is 1 femtosecond. It's another way to see it. So, but anyway, so you have this phenomenal peak power, okay? But there is much more than that, because we can now, use it to produce the largest temperatures. The largest pressure, we'll see. The largest acceleration, because you can accelerate particles, to relativistic speed. But because you can do it in a femtosecond, that means you have huge accelerations, and you will see the consequence of that. And of course, the largest field, because the electric field, this laser is electromagnetic field. Okay, so for me, that was really, of course, at that time when I was thinking about that, I was not thinking about all this, but now this is what is occurring, and why, I propose this facility, because of all these incredible applications in all fields. It goes from, so now, of course, because the pulses are very short, and then, you go from atomic physics, because the optics, laser field optics, the visible, is EV regime, electron volt. So this is the atomic realm, So you go from EV to now to GeV and TeV regimes, okay? So it's completely different applications, but important applications. Here I mentioned that, But now you can produce, you know, this petawatt. What is petawatt? What is amazing also is the fact that light provides pressure, a little bit of pressure. You know, you don't feel it, of course, okay, but provides pictures. But if I take my, as I said, my petawatt, you know, which is a few thousand times the power of the grid, and I am going to focus this power on a spot size which is limited by the diffraction, which means a micrometer spot size. You are producing these huge intensities, which correspond to huge peak power. You know, the best that we can produce. Okay, so that's just to give you, and which means it's about 10 million Eiffel Tower. That's the pressure you will feel on your finger if you were able to do the experiment, which is difficult to do. But you know, it's typically 1 million Eiffel Tower on your finger. Okay. So anyway, so now going back to I have here, I'm plotting the intensities as a function of years. So when Meyman demonstrated his lasers, of course, it was already a huge improvement over what was existing in terms of light. But it was intensity, this we like really to, the unit is watt per square centimeters. So typically, we were in a regime of 10 to the 8 or watt per square centimeters. And so we could increase the intensity. And immediately, we couldn't increase. And so we wanted to increase it because we knew that we could, if we had more and more, you know, we could really do new physics and new application and so on. So we wanted to do that, but we couldn't do it. It stopped at 10 to the 12 or so watt per square centimeter. Can you see about? You had the plateau. We couldn't go higher. And the reason why we couldn't go higher is this one. Is because now we were producing intensity, very, very important intensity. So when this light is going into a transparent material, well, the index of refractions, you know, which is, you know, the ratio between the speed of light in the material where the light is propagating and in vacuum. So the index of refraction becomes a function of the intensity. Normally, of course, the intensity, you know, normally the index of refraction is a constant, okay? Unless you have very high intensity. So now we are in a regime of very high intensity. And what we realize that what the light is going at very high intensity, going through the amplifying medium, amplifiers, then, you know, the beams is degrading. The beams, you know, this intensity is producing filaments. Filaments which are burning your materials, okay? So destroy your material completely. So we couldn't go higher because you were making your advisor very, very mad, like every time when you were having at that time it was very expensive, you know, Ruby was very expensive. So anyway, so we had to stop here. And so it's where I had this idea of CPA. I was skiing, you know. I was on the chairlift with my wife. And, you know, when it was a beautiful weather and so on. Anyway, so I had the idea of, this was the idea, is we start, because the idea is to amplify, right? And the idea also is to keep the pulse very short so you can get very high peak power. So I had to do two contradictory things, you know. I wanted to have a short pulse, and I wanted to have high intensity. And that was not possible. Unless you do the following. You take this very short pulse that you are producing by what we call oscillators, and in these short pulses, what you are going to do, you are going to stretch it, okay? So how do you do that? Well, you are using this, what we call dispersive element. You are going to use material which, I mean, something which is where the index of refraction, I will say, or the speed of light, varies as a function of wavelength. And so this is what we call grating, diffraction gratings, okay? So this is what we have. And with this diffraction grating, what you can do, you can stretch the pulse, because the blue, for instance, of your pulse, because, you know, the fact that the pulse is short, it means, and this is our physician, Joseph Fourier, from Grenoble, from my place. So if, thank you, yeah. So if the pulse is short, it means that the spectrum is broad, okay? So you have a really, and so if you have a short pulse, you have necessarily a broad spectrums. So you have blue, you have red, and so on, okay? And so what you are going to do now is this pulse, which is composed of this wavelength, you are going to stretch them by this pair of gratings and making very long. So what you have done, you haven't changed the energy of your pulse, but now the pulse is much longer. But if you do the stretching correctly, you have not affected the spectrums at all. So all the information are identical. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to amplify the pulses, but not changing the spectrums of your pulse. So if I recompress the pulse with a system which is analog to with grating pairs, I can put the pulse back. But this time, of course, you know, it can be 1,000,000 times higher. And that changed the world, really. And so now I don't have this plateau, you know, and I can have much higher intensities. And so we will be able now to explore completely different regime in physics, okay? And I'm going to mention that the first things that if you can, now you will be able to use the light to accelerate particles. We are going to, so electron, instead of using conventional accelerators, we are going to use the field, the very high field, but you know, I showed that can be huge, to accelerate the particles, okay? And you will see that even the particle can be electrons, or it can be protons, and you can even produce matter if you focus very, very hard in vacuum. Or you can materialize light, because the light is so intense. Okay, so I mean, we got all excited about all the application, and that is, of course, a project ELI. And so this is our project ELI. You have the 3 infrastructure: one in Czech Republic, one in Hungary, one in Romania. I'm just going to move faster now. So you see that what we recognize all is the fact that it's really easy to get very, very high intensity. That was really captivating, to very high intensity. What you need to do is to make the pulse very short. And so this is not necessarily easy, okay? And if you can make the pulse very, very short, we can go into completely novel regime, esoteric regime, new physics, and so on. So how can I compress the pulse? I'm not going to be very close. The pulse, of course, which is produced normally by the oscillators, is composed of periods, right? Because the pulse has in a red regime, the period is about 1 femtosecond, okay, roughly. So if you have a 20 femtosecond pulse, you are going to have 20 period and so on. And so what you do is you want to compress that, okay? And this is, I have to talk about the work that Ferenc did in this area, which is invented with Orazio Svelto from Milano. He demonstrated that we could really compress the pulse, okay? But the pulses were at the millijoule level, okay? But nevertheless, this, in fact, opened up the possibility for Anne Lhuillier, and their work is based on this. The fact that Ferenc and Orazio Svelto, demonstrated a way which is using capillaries, to broaden the pulse, which means shorten, broaden spectrally the pulse, which means to shorten temporally the pulse. That is, Ferenc that was his big thing. And anyway, so now I'm not going to the detail, but I just wanted to mention this. I wanted to mention the connections between the 2 Nobel Prizes, from Agostini and yeah. Anyway, so I'm not going to go. So now what we want to do is to get very short pulses, because that's the name of the game. If you get short pulses, then you can very, very high pulse, and then you can do incredible things. And I'm going to talk about these incredible things that you can do. Okay, first, I want to compress the pulse. Okay, and we are using, in our case, compressions produced by a relativistic effect. The fact that what we do simply is we take the short pulse which has been produced, is a visible pulse but composed on only one cycle, okay? And we shine this pulse on the target. The target is always made of electrons and protons, okay? No question about this. And but the intensity is very high. So the pressure is very high, I showed you this. So it can push the electrons of the target, at the surface of the target. It's going to push it, and it's going to, so the protons, are going to stay in the back. The electron is going to be move forward. And so you are going to build an electrical field. You have negative charge, positive charge, so you are going to have. And this huge electric field that you are going to produce is going to move the electrons forward, but at relativistic speed, at the speed of light. Okay, so what happened? And this is what I show here. We have the pulse pushing against the electrons. Okay, so you see the electrons are here, and the protons are in the back. So you have this field, and now the electrons move. They move at the speed of light. So what happened is you have the input pulse moving at the speed of light, and you have the mirrors, but because the electrons, a mirror is made of electrons, is what reflects. The electron is moving also at the speed of light. And, you never ask, when you look yourself in a mirror, you never, maybe, not me, I was always, when I was young, in fact, I said, well, if this mirror is moving at the speed of light, what will happen? And what happened, if the mirror is moving at the speed of light, what happened is that you are going to get the compressions of the pulse. And we can talk about that. In fact, if you are at sea, on the beach, playing with your kids, okay, and if you have the wave coming, like a wave, coming on the beach, and if you have a scoop, and you try to scoop the wave at the same velocity that the wave is moving, what you are going to have, the water is going to accumulate, and so the wave is going to be compressed. Well, this is just so it's the same idea, yeah. And so we compress the pulse. And the compression can be really very important. It can be, it could be, in fact, in 1,000 times. Which means that now if you are in a femtosecond, regime, immediately you go, maybe, we show that we could be in a sub-attosecond regime, okay, which means zeptosecond, okay. So this is that's a model, and we have done that. But we show that with intensity of 10 to the 23 watt per square centimeter, something that we can do now, we could produce zeptosecond pulses. Like pulses with zeptosecond is 10 minus 21, okay. So then so what can you do with a zeptosecond pulse? What is, first of all, if the pulse is a zeptosecond, if you have 1 joule, you compress this 1 joule, and you get pulses in a zeta watt regime. But what's exciting, is even much more exciting, is that if you have a pulse in a 10 minus 21 second, it means that you have X-ray, it means that you have a gamma ray, it means that you have a gamma ray laser with very high intensity. And since the very beginning of the laser was invisible, and we tried to make it in the UV, in the X-rays, and the gamma ray. And that you get it just like this, okay? So, plus it's very high energy. So this is, of course, very, very important. So this, and you are in a regime where you could get very, very high intensity in 10 to the 29 watt per square centimeters. If you have these intensities, you can light turn into matter, okay? Because this is called Schwinger intensity, okay? Okay, now I have to move fast now, is you have this X-ray high intensity pulse, but what you can do is you can now make accelerators. You will see, but we can use light to accelerate particles. And it's very easy to do that. You take a pulse and you focus into a neutral gas made of noble gases, okay, for instance. And so this pulse, which is high intensity, is going to ionize this gas. So it's going to push, it's going to make a plasma wave, basically. And so it's going to make a plasma wave, which is going to move with the pulse itself. And in this plasma, you are going to have the electrons which are going to be, which will drop in the bottom of these waves, and you are going to accelerate the pulses. And this way, you can produce high energy electrons. You know, and with the energy will be in a GeV, and you can really accelerate electrons in a GeV per centimeters. Now, maybe you don't, if you, a GeV, let me show, if you have accelerators? I don't, but I mean, in France, for instance, we have accelerators, 5 GeV accelerators. But a 5 GeV accelerator is something that you can get over a few centimeters using the laser, It takes kilometers, okay? They are kilometer size. And of course, we know this LHC laser, the LHC, Large Hadron Collider systems, and they want to accelerate particles with TeV, but it's not centimeters, it takes 27 kilometers to do that. Okay, so you see that we have now a technique which can be very, very efficient to produce accelerated particles. And you will see that now we can make on a very compact scale, we can make particles of very high energy. So one thing that we can do also, we can accelerate protons. And if we can accelerate protons, we can produce easily neutrons. And neutrons are very important. We'll see that neutrons are important, to produce energy, for instance, and I'm going to talk about. And we can produce neutrons with energy in a GeV. And this is, at this energy, the neutrons are relativistic. Okay, so the protons are relativistic, I'm sorry. And if you have relativistic protons, what you can do easily, you can produce neutrons, with 30 MeV, you can produce a neutron. So each protons can produce neutrons. So this is very important for I will show for applications in the medical field as well, but in society with energy. So this, if you want really to do the same thing, but with centimeter size accelerators based on lasers, this is the type of things that you have to build. Okay, this is the proton accelerators, which is producing relativistic protons. So what we could produce with centimeters, it takes kilometers. And this is true, okay? This is no joke. It's absolutely true. And so immediately what you can do, you can say, well, I can use this now with, this is what's exciting about this high-intensity laser, because if you want really to produce cosmic rays, you can produce cosmic rays in your lab, okay? Rays which are in 10 to the 15 EV and things like that exist only in cosmos, and you can duplicate that in your lab. And I mean, I'm not going to go. Yeah, there's another one very exciting. I like that is you can produce analog, black hole analog. Okay, black hole analog because what you can use, we can accelerate very efficiently particles. Okay, in a femtosecond, we can accelerate particles to the speed of light. In a femtosecond, you see the accelerations? If you are in your car and you decide to go, at the speed of light, with conventional acceleration, it will take you 10 your lifetime. Okay. Here we can go to the speed of light in femtoseconds. That means you have enormous accelerations. And now, if you connect that with the equivalent principle of Einstein, which says that gravity and acceleration are the same thing. This means that you produce the analog of black hole of 100 million sun. You see, so this is completely, 10,000 suns, I mean. So it's amazing because you bring that in your lab, Anyway, so now of course the very, very big application, because I mean we are kind of more or less in the medical theme here. So as I said, we can produce protons, and if I can produce protons, I can do proton therapies, okay, which is very normally. It's proton therapy has this huge advantage, is that instead over electrons and X-rays and all that, is that you can burn the tumors without burn. I'm making things short. You can burn the tumors without burning the healthy tissues. Okay, and also you can produce radionuclides and so on the spot. That's very important applications. And the other thing that you can do is you can do what we call flash RT, ultra high dose rays therapy. You can really do therapy now with very high dose. Okay, high and short dose. It had been shown that if you can do that, you can be very, very efficient. Okay, you can do a new kind of radiotherapy. They call that flash radiotherapy. But for us, I mean, they started to do that with conventional system, okay? But for the laser, it's a piece of cake to make very fast and very short pulse, okay? We can do that very efficiently. So I think we have really a beautiful area here to work on. And the other things, and I'm going to stop after that, is where it can produce clean energy, okay? This is clean energy because the fact that we just produce neutrons, okay? So, okay, now, if you produce nuclear energy, because I think nuclear energy is absolutely essential, and, you know, for instance, you take a gigawatt power plant, for instance. You know, it takes about 100 train of 100 wagon, you know, to produce the energy of nuclear power plant. With, of course, with uranium, you can do much better. You can get, with 300 tons of uranium, you can do the same job. And if you are using thorium, it's even better. 1 ton of thorium will do the job. So when we do nuclear fissions, you know, what we do is, of course, we are using the neutrons to fission the nucleus of uranium, okay? And so you release, you fission the nucleus, right? And this fission, you know, you make a fragment. And our fragments, you know, are very short time, and they don't really are not. These ones they are not really dangerous. What is dangerous is when sometimes you don't fission the neutrons, the nucleus. You just, the neutron is absorbed by the nucleus. And that time you make a new species. And this one is what we call, you know, minor actinides. And now this is a bad guy, okay? This is a bad guy, and he lives very, very long, as we know, and we tried, of course, to bury them, you know, in the ground. So instead of burying, now, because with the neutrons, what you could do transmutations. But is we take this bad stuff, like neptunium, you know, which lives for millions of years, you know, and then you can fission it, and you can make new elements, and this one, I mean, lifetime can be as short as minutes or seconds. So this is what we would like to do with Gabor and so on, right? Transmutations. By using. So so we are, of course, we have also one thing. If we want transmutation, we cannot do with the existing laser. Okay, we have to with the existing lasers. They have the peak power, yes, but they don't have the average power. Okay, and so. And the efficiency also. So we have to come up. We had to come up with a new laser which is based on fibers. Yeah, so we can cool them, and they can be efficient because it can be pumped by diodes, you know, and we are using fibers, doped fibers. Anyway, so this is basically that's another big application that I like, but I'm not going to talk about it. It's really trying to clean the space debris by using these lasers. And I'm going to stop here, I think. My conclusion is with extreme light, it's capable of producing very large field, very large accelerations, very large temperature, and large pressure. I mean, largest acceleration, largest temperature, largest pressures. Okay, so it's time to stop now. So I'm going to stop here, and I want really to thank you very much. And you know, if you have any questions, you know, go ahead.
Yes, please. So, thank you, Gérard.
Yes.
The floor would be open for any questions anyone may have. Yeah.
Hi, Karine Sargsyan, I'm a doctor. So I'm going to ask you about the usage in medicine. So I have seen protons used in the cancer therapy in 2 cases only, and none of them in Europe. And I'm not allowed to say it loudly because I'm just there as an advisor. So do you know any usage in Europe?
Absolutely.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's a specific type of the usage of the not only protons but also the extreme light that I have seen. So it's a combination. I'm sorry, because protons we use. So do you know in Europe if somebody is working in it, and how can you think of how long it will last till we have it in normal use? I'm myself a cancer survivor, so for me it is very important to know. That would help me to not have a titanium, in my head, but instead of that, just having that laser that could kill my tumor.
Sure. But of course, no. I mean, I think there's a lot of. It's a very hot topic in lasers now, high-intensity lasers. Of course, contrary to proton therapy with conventional accelerators, we know it's working. Now we want really to do it with, and this is, I mean, I showed you one of the problems is the lasers, okay, because you want to have something very compact. Okay, and because if you had it, that the systems they are using is not what we could say compact, right? It's very, very huge, and so we have a way to make it very compact, and so we are working on that. But I think we are moving pretty fast. Yeah. I know. Yes.
Yeah. Here comes.
If I may have a comment on that, in Europe, in Dresden, and also at the Beamlines, they are experimenting with laser-accelerated protons. This is not yet in the patient phase, but they are actually also our radiobiology team here is contributing to these experiments. The real problem is, as Gérard mentioned, that practically at this point the optimum parameters for the lasers are more or less established, And the problem is that if you really want to have those, you need a relatively high repetition rate. This is normally the lasers that are available today are not yet at that point. So trying to answer your real question, there are several roadmaps which actually say that in 3 or 4 years, these lasers will be available. But before that, I don't think that the flux would be enough for small animals surely could actually experiment about, because there you need lower energy photons. So I believe that it is promising, but not right the next step. I believe that now it's at least clear what we need, and there are many efforts to try to develop the lasers for the purpose. But it's not very far down the road, but according to my judgment, it may take a couple of years before these lasers will be really available.
Let me help you, that we can do it together faster.
Mm-hmm.
That's
okay.
Okay,
Any further questions for Gérard?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, it's a technological question, actually. In the fuse cycle domain, when you go to multi-joule power level, even when the laser technology is available, the other thing becomes like the optics, which supports such broadband with extraordinarily high damage threshold, so that you can deal with the beam, manipulate the beam, take it further for this thing. Mm-hmm. And I think that there is a big, giant technological gap in the coating technology and the high damage threshold optics. What are your perspectives on that?
No, of course. I mean, when we are building a laser, we are fully aware of the problems of damages and so on. I mean, and you have to build the laser system, consequently. And right now, you have the petawatt systems that are being built. They are remarkable. Okay, they are built in several places, but in Romania, they have 20 petawatts working, but of course, it's you have to be careful about damage thresholds and all. This is, but it's at least at the 10 petawatt level is being done. Okay. Yeah. And of course, it's also it's expensive. Yeah. It's not pocket size also, but it's remarkable. Okay.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I think.
If not, we'd like to thank Gérard. Give him a takeaway present from the CMF. Maybe it's heavier than it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least you put some wine.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for being with us.
Yeah. Okay.
True pleasure. True pleasure.
And you have a fantastic facility, so you should really take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. For the end, I would just like to shortly conclude. I would like to thank all the speakers. I hope Ferenc is following us online, as he was saying that he will do. Yeah. I believe that the conclusions were far-reaching, have wide societal impact. the research that we were being presented today. I hope that the notion of that is as motivating to you as it is to me, and yeah, we need to move on. So from a more conceptual perspective, I would hope that you'd agree with me that we came across several crucial themes. One was endurance focus in all three of the presentations. I'd like to know that I truly believe that great ideas often need time to mature. And there was not one single idea, one single experiment that has changed everything that the three laureates did. It's the persistence and it's the critical evaluations that were contributing to their success. And I'd like to call up everyone to remain constructive, to remain objective, be critical in our scientific endeavors, to surpass the limits of known. The second point that I think is common to all three speakers is the interdisciplinarity that was underscored, and different minds and perspective, I truly believe, can lead to yet greater achievements. I'm often impressed by that. How we can get greater understanding by fusing different fields of expertise. And I believe that the true excellency in interdisciplinarity requires a great deal of dedication. Dedication that we have seen through all three presentations. Recognition of our limits, our patience, and extensive efforts. I believe that it was very evident it's result of hard work, but also very rewarding. So to close, I'd like to also thank everyone. As first, I'd like to thank the new home of CMF, Eli Alps. I would like to, there is a special individual here that I'd like to help that has supported us, Katalin Karikó, throughout the whole process. CMF has established the very first laboratories in Hungary, and they are all being housed here. And it's something that I'm being, also proud of. I'd like to thank everyone that has come here, contributed in one or the other way. It's really the participation, active participation, it's collective and active presence that brought about stimulating atmosphere. And I'd like to also thank to everyone that contributed to this event, but is behind the scenes. And to really end, I hope you've enjoyed, you've learned, and you've been inspired, just as I've been. Maybe also throughout the whole day you had a chance to meet up a person, an idea, a thought, something that you have not had before, but has arisen throughout the process. And I also very much would hope that you've been inspired to pursue research in the future. I'd like us to basically close in the thoughts of to encourage everyone to maintain the spirit of collaboration, sharing knowledge, experience. You've heard from Katalin Karikó at what all levels, what all times, at times that we may not anticipate or think about. So thank you, everyone. Stay in a dialogue, in a constructive dialogue, whenever you can and manage. And I'd like to thank you for being here with us. I'd like to wish everyone a nice afternoon, and Thank you for being with us. On behalf of CMF. Yeah.
Imagine a future where diseases can be diagnosed before the first symptoms appear. Imagine that with your help and maximizing the impact of different scientific fields, we can create a better and healthier world. A world where cardiovascular diseases and cancer could be identified in time. We believe in this world and work hard to make it happen. We are motivated by the fact that thousands of people have already joined our program. As part of our clinical research, we examine volunteers' blood samples over several years with an innovative, highly sensitive laser method to develop a new diagnostic tool with which certain diseases can be detected earlier than ever before. Our mission is to make the current healthcare system more effective and improve the quality of preventive medicine. In cooperation with our volunteers, we work tirelessly to create a healthier future for generations. Together for Health. For more information, please visit h4h.hu.